Good afternoon. Just a minute. So hello everyone. So today you have written AIPMT-6 and we are going to have discussion of GS paper 1 today of AIPMT test number 6. And on Monday we are going to have the discussion of CSET paper from 11 a.m. right? And so related to this particular test, basically like I'm going to take discussion of the science and technology section and also of current affairs section. And after then, many other faculties from Lukmaan IAS, they're going to come and they're going to take their respective sections. And before we start the discussion of the test paper, let's say like help you understand about one important program that we are running. This is marathon classes. Marathon classes are especially dedicated for those candidates who are preparing for prelims exam of this year. So in the marathon classes, we are going to have classes from 1st of April till 10th of April. Okay, so every day there will be class of one specific subject and that subject will be covered by the respective faculty of that subject. Okay, initially we are starting with polity section. It will be taken by S. Ansari sir. Then geography by Lakshmikant Jaibhe sir. History and art and culture by R.S. Chauhan sir. Environment and ecology by Lakshmikant Jaibhe sir. Economy by Kumar Shivang. Science and technology, I'll be taking the discussion and I'll also be taking discussion of current affairs. So these classes are dedicated for the prelims exam of this year. So it will be our revision classes for the students who are preparing for prelims exam. And so basically as part of these classes, we are going to cover the entire subject of like entire GS paper of the prelims exam. And the marathon classes will be backed by the Panch Sutra test. So we are going to have a series of 5 tests and those Panch Sutra tests will be open for all the candidates. It will be free for the prelims exam. So like those candidates who are going to appear in the marathon classes, after then they can attend the Panch Sutra test also to check their knowledge about prelims examination. So it's going to start from 1st of April, I think like day after tomorrow, okay, from Monday itself. So basically I'm first of all I'm going to take the discussion of the current science and technology section and then I'm going to take the discussion of the current affairs section. In science and technology there are questions 10 questions from question number 41 to 50 in the paper. So initially I'm going to take the discussion of the first 10 questions and then I'm going to discuss about the next 15 questions that are from current affairs. So basically the first question is from autoclaved aerated concrete blocks. Okay, so basically these blocks are used in construction. Nowadays you might have seen that whenever high-rise buildings are being made, high-rise buildings, apartments are being made, so generally they don't use bricks. Bricks are generally used in let's say construction of normal houses having 1 or 2 floors, but nowadays for constructing high-rise buildings, wherever we need structural strength, wherever we need let's say like like compressibility, so we go for this kind of blocks. Okay, so these are blocks that are made up of cement kind of material. Okay, so these are of the shape of bricks, but they are not the normal bricks that we see on a day-to-day life. And these blocks are known as autoclaved, like aerated concrete blocks. Okay, so their weight is light as compared to normal brick. So the thing is, they can be used in high-rise building also, and like they themselves have less weight and they have more strength. Okay, so related to that, they have given two statements. The first statement says autoclaved aerated concrete blocks are lightweight concrete building materials. This statement is right. Okay, second statement, it says ACC, in short it is, AAC, in short it is known as AAC blocks. AAC blocks have a high compressive strength and are resistant to fire and pests. This statement is also right. So whenever you come across questions like this where we have more than one statement, statement 1 and statement 2, generally what you have to do is you have to identify whether first statement is correct or not. You need to identify whether second statement is correct or not. Then you need to identify whether there is a relation between first and second statement. Relation in the sense whether the second statement explains the first statement or not. So here both the statements are correct, but the second statement does not explain the first statement. Means like this is not the correct explanation of the first statement. They are independent statements. First one is saying that they are lightweight concrete building materials. Second, it says ACC blocks have a high compressive strength and resistant to fire and pest. So this talks about the properties, it talks about its weight. Okay, so they are different statements. They are independently correct. So the correct answer will be option B. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 is not the correct explanation of statement 1. Okay, so this is the thing. So these blocks are generally used for construction in high-rise apartments. Okay, this is the thing. So with this, now let us move to another question. This question is again very important. So this question talks about deep web. Okay, it says with reference to deep web, consider the following statements. Basically, when we talk about deep web, there are different types of web. One type of web is known as surface web, other is known as deep web, and the third is known as dark web. So there are three types of web. Let me explain this concept to you quickly. So when we talk about web, right, web can be explained into three, categorized into three different types. One is known as surface web. The second one is known as deep web, and the third one is known as dark web. So basically, what is the difference between these three types of web, or these three types of, let's say, internet? So basically, if we talk about surface web, all of us use one or other search engines. For example, we use Google Chrome, we use Microsoft Edge, we use Mozilla Firefox, we use Bing to search contents in the internet. Right, so whenever you're searching something in the internet, you come across results. So anything that you search and come across results, so this part of the web is known as surface web. So normal day-to-day life operation, whenever we are searching something and we come across it and we read without putting any password or user ID and all, so that is known as surface web. Okay, surface web. So surface webs are websites of various organizations that we see, or social media platforms in general. They are surface web. What is deep web? Deep web, basically that part of the web which is password protected. For example, if we talk about the let's say servers of banks, right? If we talk about servers of social media platforms, so whenever you have to access some information over there, you need to first of all go to the surface web. You need to identify that website, then you need to put your login credentials like user ID, password, and after then you can access your own, let's say like credentials over there. For example, if you are doing net banking, internet banking, so that part of the web is known as deep web. It is password protected, it is managed by different organizations, so that part of the web is known as deep web. Yes, UPSC ka jaise you have applied for prelims exam, you log in into like UPSC website with your credentials, and then you can access your details over there. So that part of the web which is password protected, which is protected by different organizations, it is known as deep web. Okay, this is the thing. And there is another part of the web which is known as dark web. Dark web is that web which cannot be accessed by normal people in general. Okay, so dark web is the kind of web where, let's say, illicit activities keep on happening. For example, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and all kind of, let's say, transactions related to that. And there are different organizations who hack into the deep web, right? I mean, like, there are organizations who are involved in hacking of the deep web to, let's say, extract information, and then they sell those kind of information in the dark web. So generally, like when we talk about surface web, it can be accessed using any search engine that we know, like, you know, Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Mozilla Firefox, Bing, etc. When we talk about deep web, it can also be accessed through normal search engines, but like to get access to your own credential, you need to have login credentials, right? Apart from this, let's say to access the dark web, we generally use a router, which is known as the onion router. What? It is known as the onion router. And also there are people who, let's say, like, you know, try to hack into the deep web. For example, there are many threat actors who try to hack into the let's say, like, login credentials and user IDs of bank accounts of different people. So they also use the onion router so that they can bypass, you know, different types of firewalls that are in place. Firewalls means that protects these websites from accessing. Okay, this is the thing. So surface web, deep web, and dark web are different things, and surface web can be accessed through normal, like, you know, normal search engines. Deep web can be accessed through normal search engines, but you need to put your password to get access to it. Dark web is something which is not normally available for normal people. What you need to do, you need to use the onion router, and here, let's say, a lot of illicit activity keep on happening, right? Smuggling related transactions. Yeah. Intelligence Bureau, these agencies are behind the dark web, but like the dark web is so much protected that not even intelligence agencies are able to, let's say, like, you know, like gather information from here. Okay, this is the thing. So this particular question is related to this this part of, let's say, like, you know, science and technology. It says, with reference to deep web, consider the following statements. Number one, it says, it refers to the vast portion of the internet that is not indexed by search engines. This statement is right. What do you mean by indexing by search engines? For example, if you have a website, if you put content in the website, so generally Google, when we talk about Google, it crawls through different websites across the world, right, on a regular basis after every 24 hours or 48 hours to see like what new content is there, so that like if other users search that content, so that content can be popped up. Okay, that is known as indexing. So Google generally ranks different websites based on the information that is stored there. Okay, so it is indexing is done for the surface web, not for the deep web. Okay, you can go to surface web, then you access this thing. So it refers to the vast portion of the internet that is not indexed by search engines. Okay, this is one statement. Second, specialized softwares like Tor. Tor means the onion router, as I said. Okay, T-O-R. The onion router is commonly used to access deep web and ensure user anonymity. Basically, normal people like us, we put our user ID credential to get access to our own data. But those people who are threat actors, who want to hack into the deep web, they try to mask their identity. Means like if you are trying to access our deep web, if you want to do anything, at the same time you want that you should not be tracked by like, you know, by different agencies, right? So that's why you want to and like, you know, protect your user credentials. You want to make yourself anonymized, so that like, you know, nobody can access to you. That is known as, like, for that purpose people use the onion router. Okay, those people who are using who are threat actors basically. This statement is also right. It said it also includes legal content such as private social media profiles and password protected websites. This is also right. So all the three statements are correct with reference to deep web, right? Is this clear? So होता है. TOR से ही एक्सेस करते हैं डार्क वेब को, बट डीप वेब को अगर हैक करना हो देन यू विल यूज द अनियन राउटर. अनियन राउटर क्यों? क्योंकि होता क्या है, अनियन मीन्स वी नो अनियन, प्याज, उसमें वी डू हैव डिफरेंट लेयर्स इन अनियन. So what onion router does, basically, like if you are using your computer, you are you have connected your computer with some internet source, so your public IP address will be visible. Anyone can know your public IP address. Using the public IP address, they can know your information. So if you are trying to hack into any deep web, any content, so like people will get to know what is your IP address, people will track you down. But the thing is, if you are using the onion router, what it does is, like, you know, it masks your identity. The moment you enter into it, so like, you know, first layer of protection is given, then second layer of protection is given, and it keeps on shifting this particular thing. So multiple level of mask is there. The third level of mask does not know the first information of the first level of mask. So that's how your anonymity is maintained using the onion router. This is the thing. Okay, is it understood? So this is just for normal information. Basically, like if you go deep into it, so a lot of technicalities are associated with this. So with this, now let us move to another question. Question number 43. It says, with reference to bisphenol, consider the following statements. Okay, so they have given 3 statements, and these statements are related to bisphenol. So we will understand what is bisphenol. Okay, bisphenol is a kind of chemical, right? It's a kind of chemical which is used in papers that are used for printing. For example, if you go to a shopping mall, right, you purchase something, they give you a receipt, right? If you make credit card payment, automatically receipt is generated. So on the receipt, basically, let's say, like, you know, we do have a paper normal like this, and on the top of the paper you see plastic like substance. I mean, like, it is not plastic like substance. So there we use bisphenol. Okay, so bisphenol, when we talk about it, is commonly used in production of thermal paper used for receipts printing. Okay, so it is used for production of thermal paper like that. Then it is a type of naturally occurring resin. So basically it does not occur naturally. We produce it in the lab, so it is man-made. Okay, bisphenol is man-made. So second statement is wrong. Third, it says bisphenol exposure has been associated with potential health risk including endocrine disruption. This is correct. Means, what do we mean by this? On the bisphenol, basically inks are there, ink type of substance is there, although it is not exactly ink, but like if you are exposed to it, so there can be disruption in the endocrine gland. Endocrine means which is associated with diabetes. We know, like, people have diabetes, so diabetes means there is some kind of disruption, right, in the endocrine gland. Okay, that is diabetes, like diabetes type 2, diabetes 1, we know about it, right? So this is the thing. So first and third statement are right, means correct answer is only 2. Bisphenol substance which is made, right, which is made in the laboratory, and it is used for making production of thermal paper. Thermal paper means paper where printing happens through heat. For example, if we talk about those printers, what I mean, like credit card, you know, like you go to a shopping mall, you make payment through credit card, debit card, and like, you know, there automatically receipt is generated. That is known as thermal paper. Okay, that kind of paper is known as thermal paper. So now with this, let us move to question number 44. It says, consider the following statements related to liposomes. Okay, so related to liposomes, they have given 2 statements. It says they are macroscopic spheres made from a special type of peptide molecule. Okay, it is not peptide molecule, it is fat molecule. Okay, their hollow structure allows, yes, their hollow structure allows them to encapsulate drugs and other substances for targeted delivery within the body. Okay, basically liposomes are used for targeted drug delivery. Targeted drug delivery means, let's say, like in the human body, there are generally what happens, like if we have normal health issues, we take medications. I mean, like we take tablets, we take capsules, or we take what? Injections. But here targeted drug delivery means if there is a cancer patient, right, only specific part of the body needs that drug. I mean, like, you know, for maybe for disrupting that cancer causing tissue. So for that we need targeted drug delivery. So there, let's say liposomes are used. Okay, generally in gene therapy, you might have heard about gene therapy. Various types of gene therapies are there, and recently, let's say UK government has approved 2 types of gene therapy. One is known as Cas-GV and another is known as Lyfgenia. So that is for treatment of sickle cell anemia. Like sickle cell anemia, you might be knowing, like, you know, whenever the shape of the cell, I mean, like, you know, gets deformed. It's, let's say, like blood cancer it is known as. So whenever a person has blood cancer, in that case, what is to be done? Either bone marrow transplant has to be done, because from bone marrow bloods are generated, right? And then bone marrow transplant, you need, let's say, another person, right, a donor. But in case of gene therapies, you don't need a donor. So basically gene therapy will treat you as a patient, will treat you as a person, like that. So liposomes are used for targeted drug delivery. Okay, so correct answer is option 2, means like this second option only. Okay, now with this, let us move to another question. Question number 45. So this is a term which is in news, which was in news. Consider the following statements related regarding feathering. A term recently seen in the news. So basically what happens, let's consider we are on a plane. We are flying. But what happens if one, or let's say like there are multiple engines in the plane. If there are failures in the engine, let's say like, you know, one engine failed in the plane. Maybe there are 2 engines, let's say one engine failed, or maybe both the engines failed. What will the pilot do? I mean, like, engine failed, he will not be able to, let's say like, you know, he will not be able to guide that plane. So in that case, what we do, like in the plane, we do have wings, right? We do have wings, and basically pilots are able to maneuver the wings. Maneuver in the sense, like they will be able to twist the wings, right? If we twist the wing like this, we are going to go down. If we do it, we'll go up. So if you are already at a certain height, and if there is engine failure, in that case, you will try to use your wing so that, like, you know, you can normally glide. Means like, you know, if you are there on the top, you can normally glide using the wing, and that process is known as feathering. Okay, so if in case there is failure of the wing, okay, this is the thing. So it is a technique used in aircraft maneuvering. Maneuvering means changing the direction of the aircraft, right? Aircraft maneuvering during the engine failure or shutdown to reduce drag and increase gliding distance. Okay, why they do it? So that, like, they can safely land somewhere on the sea, somewhere nearby airport and all. Okay, so using gliding, they can glide through a, let's say, longer distance. So a lot of accidents were reported, let's say, recently. I mean, like, you know, and in the past also there have been many accidents associated with these planes. So feathering is a thing which is associated with maneuvering the aircraft in case of engine failure. And second is, it involves changing the pitch or angle of the propeller blade. Angle of the propeller blade to align them parallel to the airflow, like that. Both these statements are right, okay, in this case. Just term feathering. Feather, we know. What is feather in case of bird? Feather क्या होता है? वही wings, ठीक है, हाँ, पंख, ठीक है. This is known as feathering. Question number 46. Consider the following statements regarding neural networks. Okay. Now, neural networks is something which is associated with computer science. It's associated with information technology. Basically, what happens, why we are talking about neural networks, to understand this particular thing, you need to understand the structure of neurons. Okay, let's consider. This is just a rough diagram to showcase how a neuron looks like. Okay, so basically this part is known as the cell body. They are known as dendrites. This is known as the axon terminal. And here basically this space is known as synapse. Okay, and this is the nucleus of the cell. So when we talk about neurons in human body are brain cells. Brain, we know, brain and like spinal cord, they are part of the central nervous system. Okay, so basically like they are associated with this. So neurons are brain cells, and neurons are responsible for transmitting the electrical and chemical signal from one part of the body to another part of the body, right? So it's studied in biology basically. So when we talk about neural networks, right, here this is neuron. What is this? This is known as neuron. So neuron is a specific type of cell in the body. We do have different types of cells in the body. Neurons are a specific type of cell that is responsible for transmitting signals from one part of the body to another part of the body. That's the thing. So basically when we talk about artificial neural networks, so artificial neural networks are those networks that are created artificially for the purpose of transmission of information, transmission of signal, right? So artificial neural networks generally mimic the way how neurons work in human brain, how neuron works in human body, right? So here when we talk about this neural networks are computer related things. They are not directly, let's say, like connected with the neurons, but they mimic the way how neurons are working. So basically we have artificial neural networks, you might have heard about it, or generative, let's say like generative adversarial networks. So they are used in artificial intelligence, machine learning. So here it says back propagation is a key algorithm used for optimizing the weights of the neural network by minimizing the error. Okay. So here when we talk about back propagation, I mean like it is a deeper concept that they have asked. Basically neural networks, you understood, it's related to machine learning, artificial intelligence. So when we are training the machines, when we are training the artificial intelligence systems, one type of training is known as supervised training. Means like we are supervising what input will go to the machine, and we are ourselves, let's say like, reducing the error from the machine. Then one other type is known as unsupervised learning. Unsupervised learning means we are giving the data sets into the machine, and then there will be, let's say like when we talk about this generative adversarial networks, it does have it uses two type of let's say neural networks. One is for generation of information, right, and other is known as like it is going to read that information whether the information is correct or not. Means like one is generating information which is similar to the real world information, and other is cross checking whether the information that is generated is true or not. And the information that it detects that it is not true, it discards those information. So in this way, this particular, let's say like, the generative part of it gets to know slowly and gradually that like it needs to generate more realistic content. And then this is also trained regularly, which keeps a check what kind of information is, let's say, done. So in case of unsupervised learning, what happens, the generative adversarial network, it consists of two neural networks. How many? It consists of two neural networks. One neural network for generation of the information, other neural network for cross-checking the information that is being generated. Okay, and in this way, so this is a kind of unsupervised learning. In this way, what happens, the machine slowly and gradually it improves over time. Okay, so here back propagation is an algorithm. What? It is an algorithm that is used in neural networks, and what it does, it is used for optimizing the weight of the neural networks by minimizing the error. Means, for example, one information came and they were able to detect that this information is not true. They will give a lesser weight to this information. Means like it will pass through but lesser weight. Another information came, this detected that this information is true, they give more weightage to the information. Means like, the machine got to know that like, more weight has been given to this type of information. So similarly, slowly and gradually it is going to generate, let's say like, better data over time. Okay, so this is back propagation is an algorithm that is used. Are you understanding algorithm? So this is the thing. Then residual neural networks allow for much deeper network to be trained effectively. This is also right. Okay, basically these concepts are associated with neural networks. And recently, let's say like in science and technology class, GS foundation class, I have taught about neuromorphic computing. What? Neuromorphic computing. So it's a kind of computing process which mimics how a neuron works in our thing. So there are companies that have developed already models for neuromorphic computing. For example, IBM, Intelligent Business Machine, is a company. So it has, let's say, created a True North. Name of this is known as IBM True North, which is based on neuromorphic computing. So this is associated with neural networks. Okay. So this is the thing. Correct answer is only 2. Okay, only 2 of these statements are correct. So with this, now let us move to another question. Consider the following statements regarding piezoelectric effect. So piezoelectric effect is a kind of effect where we put mechanical stress. For example, let's say we have a block. Okay, what we have? We have a block. This is the block. So in this block, what we are doing, we put force, let's say from here. So we are putting some force, F1, F2. And since we are putting the force, so the electrons that are there inside it, okay, so they get aligned in a certain fashion, in a certain direction. Okay, they get aligned. Aligned means they start moving in a certain direction. So generally what happens in all kind of, when we talk about conductors, semiconductors, here inside it we do have electrons, we do have protons, we have, let's say, like, all the atoms are there. But there are certain kind of material. What? Not all the material, some kind of material. These materials are known as piezoelectric material. What? Piezoelectric material. So what happens in piezoelectric material? In these material, if you are putting some force, right? So the electrons inside it is going to align in a certain fashion. Means mechanical stress is producing electric current. This effect is known as piezoelectric effect. Okay. So piezoelectric effect happens when you are putting mechanical strength and it is converting into electric current. Similarly, reverse piezoelectric effect can also happen. Means let's say electric current can generate mechanical let's say effect also. Apart from this, when we talk about piezoelectric material, some kind of metals can be piezoelectric material. Even some kind of liquids can also produce piezoelectric effect. Okay, so this piezoelectric effect was recently in news also. Okay, I think in 2023 it was in news. I have myself read it in Hindu newspaper related to this. Yeah, means like I read it long back. So it says it is a phenomena which leads to generation of electric current when mechanical stress is applied. Mechanical stress means you are applying some force, you are putting some pressure on it. What is pressure? Force per unit area, right? That is pressure. So second, it says piezoelectric material can only convert mechanical energy into electrical energy and cannot exhibit the reverse effect. It can also exhibit the reverse effect. Okay, so second statement is wrong. Third statement, it can occur not only in solids but also in certain liquids. Means like it says like it can occur in solids as well as in liquid. So third statement is also right. So how many of these statements are right? Only 2. Correct answer is option B. Okay. So with this, now let us move to another question. Question number 48, yo-yo test. The name seems to be, I mean, like, very modern. We have heard songs also. It says the yo-yo test, often heard in the news, assesses which of the following parameters? Endurance of the athletes. Okay. Basically what happens, there are many people who are athletes. Athletes means like who run on the track to 100 meter, 400 meter. So how do we check like what is the fitness level of an athlete? So a test is there. This test is known as yo-yo test. What happens in this test? Basically, let's say we have a track, 100 meter track, 400 meter track, right? It depends on what is the length of the track. Then in that track, basically like we play music, right? So music means like it has beep. For example, like if the music is playing slow, so the athlete has to run slowly. If the music is fast, the athlete has to run fast. So generally in this test, like, some fitness level of athletes are tested and like, their fitness level is tested to the point that like, they give up. For example, you go to a track right? And they ask you to run, right? Initially run, there, come back, run, come back, run, come back. And if they are playing the music which is fast, you need to run fast. If they are playing music slow, you need to run slow. There will be a point where like you will give up, that no, my energy has been tested, my fitness level has been tested. So this is known as yo-yo test. Okay, so this is for checking the fitness level of the athlete. Okay, now we have another question. It says, consider the following statements about various measures of supercomputers. We all know about supercomputers. We do have National Supercomputing Mission also in India, 2015. So basically, supercomputers are high performance computers that can perform operations at petaflop level. Petaflop, flop means floating point operations per second. So we do have this is part of high performance computing. So in India, we do have various IITs, right? Various NITs where supercomputers are installed. For example, IIT Delhi, IIT Roorkee, many IIT supercomputers are there. Even, for example, there are many meteorological institutions. One of them is in Noida. So like, so Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. So they also have supercomputers. Why do we use supercomputers? Because supercomputers are able to perform huge number of operations per second. Normal computers have some limitations. Like if you, for example, if you play a video, maybe the video will run slow, but in supercomputers they're able to perform operations like billions or trillions of operations per second. They're able to do huge number of operations per second. So generally, when we talk about supercomputers in India, we have many supercomputers. For example, Pratyush series of supercomputers, Mihir series of supercomputers, right? And Param series of supercomputers. We have Param Ganga, Param Akash, Param, I mean like so many computers. So they are supercomputers. So it says flops, flops means floating point operation per second. Okay, is a metric used to measure computational performance. This is right. Memory bandwidth is the metric which defines the memory storage capacity of a supercomputer. No. Memory bandwidth means like how much information it can read or how much information it can, let's say like, save in a, let's say in a device. That is known as memory bandwidth of the supercomputer. So first statement is right, second statement is not right. So correct answer is option A. So, देखो, when we, okay. Here we need to understand about memory bandwidth. First of all, we need to understand bandwidth. Bandwidth क्या होता है? Bandwidth means, let's say, there is a road, right? Vehicles are going on the road. When we talk about that how many vehicles, let's say like if you want that more number of vehicles can pass. So what you need width of the road to be higher. I mean like, so if we have more width of the road, more number of vehicles can pass. Are we understanding? So generally like in this road, maybe 3 vehicles can pass. If we increase the width, maybe 8 vehicles can pass. So this is known as bandwidth. What? This is known as bandwidth. Okay, so bandwidth is measured in terms of frequency bandwidth, or maybe let's say like, or wavelength bandwidth. Okay, so generally when you read about 5G technology, so 5G has more bandwidth as compared to 4G, right? This is the thing. So bandwidth is the width of the road through which, let's say, information can travel. And here what we are talking about memory bandwidth. Memory bandwidth means like how much information can pass, can be stored in the memory device. Okay, how much, let's say like information can be read from the memory, how much information can be saved there. So it says memory bandwidth is the metric which defines memory storage capacity of the supercomputer. No, it is not memory storage capacity. Storage capacity is about what is the, let's say, storage capacity means 5 GB, 10 GB, जैसे हम बोलते हैं terabyte. No, when we talk about memory bandwidth, how much information it can read per second, how much information, let's say, it can store per second, not the storage capacity of it. Are we understanding this part? Bandwidth मतलब ये जो like width है, width means how much information can pass through it per second, that is bandwidth. Not what is the storage capacity. Storage capacity means we can talk about volume. जैसे physical quantity हम बात करते हैं, जिसका जितना volume होगा उतना storage capacity होगी. But the thing is like a road which is wide, so it will be like more number of things can pass. This is the thing. Is it understood? So this is the thing. So with this, now let us move to another question. Question number 50. With reference to pulse oximeters. What? Pulse oximeters. Consider the following statements. Pulse oximeter क्या होता है? छोटा सा डिवाइस होता है, जैसे ब्लड सैंपल हमारे हाथ से लेते हैं. हाँ, ठीक है. पल्स ऑक्सीमीटर मतलब पल्स को लाइक यू नो कि हमारा बीपी कितना है. Like small devices are there. So with reference to pulse oximeters, consider the following statements. They have given this statement. They are used to measure the oxygen saturation level in the blood. ठीक है, oxygen saturation level in the blood. Blood में which blood cells are responsible for carrying oxygen? RBCs are responsible for carrying oxygen from the lung to the tissues of the body, and it carries carbon dioxide from the tissues of the bodies back to the lungs. Red blood cells are responsible for it. When we talk about human blood, it is composed of different types of cells: red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. ठीक है, and red blood cells जो है around 44-45% होता है. White blood cells is approximately 1% of the total constituents of the blood. And apart from this, 55% of the blood is made up of plasma, which is a liquid on which, let's say, these cells are suspended. ठीक है, ये चीज है. तो they are used to measure oxygen saturation level in the blood. ठीक है, ऑक्सीजन का saturation level कितना है blood में, उसके लिए measure होता है. They typically utilize X-rays to measure absorption of oxygenated and deoxygenated hemoglobin in the blood. देखो, they do not use X-rays, they use infrared radiation. Okay, not X-rays. ठीक है, they use infrared radiation. So only the first statement is right. वो जो छोटा सा डिवाइस है जिससे हम अपना ब्लड चेक करते हैं, there are other devices also जिसमें ब्लड का वो भी बताता है कि क्या बोलते हैं, शुगर लेवल. ठीक है, this is pulse oximeter. Now, so only 10 questions were there from current affairs. Mostly these questions, science and technology, mostly those questions were from current affairs itself. Topics that are in news, right? Not from the basic sources of current affairs. But basics things are also asked in the UPSC exam, especially from the biology, and there are many other things also. Last year, let's say why we asked about pulse oximeter, because last year UPSC has asked about gyrometer, I think. I mean, like a kind of device, like, you know, which is there in the mobile phones, those people who play video game. So basically it is able to identify inclination of it. So people play video game like that, na? So like we do have that kind of meter. So this is, now we are going to discuss 15 questions from current affairs. Okay. So if you do not understand any particular topic, so in that case you may ask. Okay. So like it says, consider the following statements regarding Lake Retwa recently in the news. Okay, so it is a lake that has been in news. So it says it is situated a few kilometers away from Dakar region in Senegal. Okay, places in news. The pink color of the lake is imparted by the higher concentration of nitrates. Nahin. See, like this Lake Retwa, this is not a random question. Basically, those places that are in news, it is asked by UPSC. So you need to consider this topic from the geography point of view. कि ये place news में था, you need to understand where this place was located, and you need to understand what is the significance of that place. What? They are talking about a particular lake, okay, which is known as Lake Retwa, okay, and they are saying that there it is located in Dakar region. This is right, it is in Senegal. Senegal is a country which is in African continent, right? So this is located there. And why this color is, let's say, like, you know, pink, why this lake is pink color? Because here we find a algae. What? A kind of algae is found, and this algae is of pink color. It gives pink color to the lake. Okay, this algae gives pink color, not the nitrates over there. Okay, and this particular lake was recently, I mean, like, you know, this lake was threatened. Why threatened? Because a lot of sand mining is happening in this lake. Lot of sand mining is happening. That's why only the first statement is correct, not the second statement. ठीक है, you need to identify कि कहाँ पे ये lake है. So Then we have another question. Yes. कोई question हो तो you can ask so that like we can discuss in detail. Consider the following pairs. Regions mentioned in news, countries where they are located. Okay. So कुछ regions हैं and कुछ countries हैं. This is question number 62 over here. Yes. So these are regions. One of the region is Bashkortostan. Like this is Bashkortostan. This is not in Afghanistan. This is in Russia. Where this particular place is located in Russia. Places in news. ठीक है, हो सकता है. It is possible that you may not be knowing these places, but it is important that now you develop understanding that these places are in news, so that like you can read about it at a later point of time. So why this region was in news, this particular place? Because over here there was an environmental activist, right? He was protesting, but like he was put behind the bars, he was put into the jail, and that's why many people came in support of him in Russia, right? Many people came in support of him in Russia in this particular region. Okay, so for this region it was in news. Then when we talk about Sistan Baluchistan, what? Sistan Baluchistan. This particular place is located in Iran, Sistan Baluchistan. So what has happened? Basically, there is a terrorist group, Jaish al-Adil, okay, Sunni Islamist group. It claimed an attack on police station in Sistan Baluchistan region recently. एक terror group ने एक police station में attack किया. कहाँ पे? It is located in Iran. Iran, we know where it is, ठीक है? And this place is known as Sistan Baluchistan. Then Kurdistan. Kurdistan basically is a bigger region. मतलब जैसे इराक, ईरान, then और अफगानिस्तान, इनके बीच में ना एक बहुत बड़ा सा रीजन है. उस पूरे रीजन को कुर्दिस्तान बोलते हैं. मतलब कुर्दिस्तान is not a region within the territory of a specific country. It means like it is a, मान लेते हैं there is one country, this is another country, this is another country, this is fourth country, and this particular region is Kurdistan. मतलब they are saying this region to be Kurdistan. It does not belong to the sovereignty of one country, but it also flows, मतलब it also passes through Iraq. So that's why we have mentioned it that way. ठीक है. Then we have Idlib. Idlib is not in Lebanon. Idlib is a place which is in Syria. ठीक है. And Syria, why it was in news, we are going to discuss Idlib. So Iran has also attacked the military bases of terror group. I mean like Iran ne attack kiya hai yahan pe. So like the Middle East region, or we can say like the Central Asian region, although none of the Central Asian countries mentioned. So they are Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, so these countries are part of the Central Asian region, 5 countries. But like over here a lot of disturbance happens recently between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Also a lot of tension has happened because there is a terror outfit. Earlier Pakistan was supporting it, but now Pakistan has attacked on it. Okay, so I forgot the name of the terror outfit, some Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, TTP. And so in support of this Taliban, I mean like from Afghanistan, they have attacked on military posts in Pakistan. So the places that are mentioned in news, so sometimes it is important that you give some importance to these places. It is most likely that you may not be knowing where these places are located, but the thing is like you need to give an attention to it. So only 2 of them are correctly matched. Okay. Now we have another question, question number 63. It says, in the context of temple entry movements during the freedom struggle, consider the following statements regarding Kalaram temple satyagraha. Okay, so now we came to history portion of it, especially modern history, temple entry movement. So let us understand what do we mean by temple entry movement. Basically what happens like in Indian subcontinent, in India, right? So religious groups are divided into caste groups also. For example, in India, we have, let's say, 4 prominent castes, the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, then we have Vaishyas, Shudras, like that. So basically people who belong to the lower groups, lower caste groups, they are not allowed entry into temples. For example, Shudras, they were not allowed entry into temples. So that's why people initiated temple entry movement, so that the lower caste people can be allowed to enter into the temples, right? So there have been many temple entry movements. One of the temple entry movement is known as Kalaram Temple Satyagraha. This Kalaram Temple Satyagraha has been initiated by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He initiated this particular movement with a viewpoint that we will make the lower caste people to enter into the temple, right? But at the same time, Mahatma Gandhi, so he initiated this particular thing during 1930s, 1930, okay? During that time, Mahatma Gandhi was also thinking of, let's say, like starting this civil disobedience movement, okay? So he was himself busy, Mahatma Gandhi was busy with civil disobedience movement, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has started this. Later on, Mahatma Gandhi said that he will not be able to support this particular movement. So he himself asked, Mahatma Gandhi asked the lower caste people to basically denounce this particular movement, to give up this particular movement, okay. So this is related to that. Temple entry movement is for allowing the lower caste people to enter into the temple, okay. Are we understanding? So all the people are from Hindu religion basically. So here it was started under the guidance of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in 1930, okay. Mahatma Gandhi urged depressed classes to withdraw from the Kalaram Temple Satyagraha. It may initially seem कि हाँ उन्होंने withdraw नहीं करने के लिए बोला होगा, क्योंकि महात्मा गांधी तो चाहते हैं ना कि आप enter करो temple में and all. But the thing is, he was focusing more on civil disobedience movement. So that's why he wanted people to join him in civil disobedience movement. So this is also right. Satyagraha was not successful in its objective of gaining entry to the temple for depressed classes. This is also right. क्योंकि बाद में क्या हुआ ना, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, although he has started this particular movement, but later on he has written a letter to, let's say, like influential people कि हाँ आप जो है मतलब like you give up this particular thing. So because of his letter, this movement, this particular Kalaram temple entry movement was suspended in the middle. Okay, so what was the objective? Is to मतलब like let these people enter into the temple. लेकिन उन्होंने बीच में ही suspend कर दिया. So all the three statements are correct. ठीक है? Temple entry movement clear है? ठीक है. So with this, now let us move to another topic. हाँ हाँ कौन से स्टेट में हुआ था? I think मतलब over here it was not mentioned. I think somewhere in Maharashtra. एक बार देख लेना आप कालाराम टेम्पल मूवमेंट. It was in news recently. ठीक है. Now we have another with reference to Vidyanjali scholarship program. So this particular program was recently in news. It's a scholarship program. It's a scholarship program for the students who study in Navodaya schools. Which schools? Basically Navodaya Vidyalaya. So consider the following statements. The program is targeted to benefit meritorious students from Navodaya Vidyalaya only. ठीक है. Vidyanjali scheme. It's a scholarship scheme for the school going students who are studying in 10th class. Means like from 10th to 11th, then 11th to 12th. So to provide financial support to these students, the government has initiated, the central government has initiated this scheme. The scholarship would be funded by the government only. ऐसा नहीं है. मतलब government said like we are going to fund it, but we also want funding or donation from the corporates through corporate social responsibility. Means like they want to channelize funds from the government also and from the private entities through the CSR activities. CSR, corporate social responsibility. ठीक है. So only first is right, second is incorrect. So correct answer is option 1 only. Okay. जो विद्यांजलि स्कॉलरशिप स्कीम है, it is only for students of Navodaya Vidyalaya. Yes. ठीक है. Then we have another question. It says, this is another question. It is National Center for Good Governance. The National Center for Good Governance is an autonomous institution under the Ministry of Personal, Public Grievances and Pensions. This is right. The National Center for Good Governance serves as a think tank for governance and policy reforms cutting across administrative, social, economic and financial spheres. Okay, this is also right. The National Center for Good Governance is managed under overall superintendence and direction of the governing body, which is headed by CEO of Niti Aayog nahi hai. It is by, let's say, Chief Secretary. Okay, so there is a secretary who heads this particular department. Let me talk about that secretary. It is headed cabinet secretary. ठीक है, so this is headed by cabinet secretary. ये जो नेशनल सेंटर फॉर गुड गवर्नेंस है, इट वाज रिसेंटली इनिशिएटेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट. ठीक है, अभी रिसेंटली उन्होंने स्टार्ट किया था 2002, आई मीन लाइक 2014 में दे हैव स्टार्टेड व्हेन द एनडीए गवर्नमेंट केम इनटू पावर. सो दे स्टार्टेड दिस नेशनल सेंटर फॉर गुड गवर्नेंस. इसका वर्क क्या है? इट विल वर्क एज अ ऑटोनोमस इंस्टीट्यूट अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पर्सनल पब्लिक ग्रीवांसेस एंड पेंशंस. इस मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर ही मतलब ऑल द सिविल सर्वेंट्स वर्क बेसिकली. वी नो अबाउट इट. यूपीएससी recommends people to DOPT, Department of Personnel and Training, and that comes under Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions. So this was set up as a autonomous institute in the year of 2014, and now we are in 2024. So it marked 10 years of this. So that's why we asked this question. ठीक है, 10 साल हो गए, 10 साल में किसी को पता नहीं लगा कि ये था भी, मतलब normal people. ठीक है. So this is the thing. So it will be headed by a cabinet secretary, by the cabinet secretary. Okay. And also I would like to share another thing. Basically when we talk about this, there was a Mars orbiter mission, Mangalyaan mission, we all know. So that Mangalyaan mission was launched by government, by Indian Space Research Organization in 2013. It reached the Martian orbit in 2014. 2014 में we reached like Mars orbiter mission or Mangalyaan. Now we are in 2024. Again 10 years has happened for that one. So that's also important कि आप ना Mars orbiter mission या Mangalyaan mission को एक बार और पढ़ो. Okay. So now we have another question. Recently seen in the news, the term ergosphere refers to. We discussed about ergosphere in science and technology class. Basically, it is a region located outside the rotating black hole's outer event horizon. होता क्या है? We know black holes. So, black holes में क्या होता है? This particular point is known as singularity. ठीक है, and anything that passes near the event horizon, ठीक है, let's say this is event horizon, so that is trapped into the black hole. ठीक है, ये event horizon, this is known as what? Event horizon. Event horizon मतलब कि ब्लैक होल के स्फीयर्स ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस में है. व्हाट इज ब्लैक होल? बेसिकली ब्लैक होल इज ए स्टार दैट हैज ऑलरेडी डाइड आउट. ओके, ब्लैक होल इज ए, फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू टॉक अबाउट सन, सन इज द स्टार फॉर आवर सोलर सिस्टम. हमारे सोलर सिस्टम में सन स्टार है, बट फ्रॉम सन वी आर गेटिंग ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ एनर्जी बिकॉज ऑन द सरफेस ऑफ द सन reactions are happening, nuclear fusion reactions are happening. उस रिएक्शन के वजह से इट इज एमिटिंग ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ एनर्जी. तो उसका क्या होता है? मास इज गेटिंग कन्वर्टेड इनटू एनर्जी. E इक्वल्स टू mc², एल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन ने बताया था. तो नाउ इट इज एबल टू एमिट एनर्जी, बट देयर विल बी अ टाइम व्हेन सन विल रन आउट ऑफ एनर्जी, देन इट्स गोइंग टू कोलैप्स. व्हेन इट्स गोइंग टू कोलैप्स इट विल फॉर्म अ ब्लैक होल. ठीक है, बट इन द यूनिवर्स देयर आर ऑलरेडी ब्लैक होल्स दैट आर एग्जिस्टिंग. These are stars that have died out because let's say it has run out of energy. So they form a black hole. So this is a kind of three-dimensional structure of a black hole. ठीक है, वो ये जो है three-dimensional structure है black hole का. तो event horizon के पास से जो भी आता है तो that gets trapped inside the black hole. और ऊपर ये वाला जो region होता है इसके बाहर, इसको बोलते हैं ergosphere. क्या बोलते हैं? We say it to be ergosphere. ठीक है. So if you see the let's say if you search black hole in Google, if you search image, click करना, then you will come across the how does ergosphere look like. So a region located outside the rotating black hole's outer event horizon. ठीक है, उसके outside है ergosphere. So with this we came to another topic. Consider the following statements regarding Namo Drone Didi scheme. ठीक है, नमो ड्रोन दीदी स्कीम, Narendra Modi, I mean like maybe like this is the name of the scheme, Namo Drone Didi scheme. So this was launched recently by the central government. I think like some prominent ministers have made announcement related to this. So under this scheme, what they want to do, they want to provide drones to women self-help groups. Self-help groups are those groups where few women come together for supporting each other economically for certain purposes. Okay. So under the Namo drone scheme, what the government wants to do, they want to provide drones to these self-help groups, right? So they have identified around 1500 or 15,000, 15,000, let's say, women self-help groups. They're going to provide drones to them. Each drone will cost around more than 10 lakh rupees, and this self-help group is expected to contribute around 2 lakh rupees to it. Apart from this, they will be having the drone. And why, like how they are going to use the drone, basically like these self-help groups, these women's, they will give rental access to the drone to the farmers. Like farmers can use the drone for spreading pesticides in the field. Pesticides मतलब ताकि वो pest जो है ना आपके field को affect ना करे. So this is a central sector scheme, ठीक है? It is a central sector scheme, means the central government is contributing all the money to it. The state government is not expected to contribute money to it. And it says the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer. It's not the ministry. So here we do have another ministry, that is name of the ministry is like Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. ठीक है, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers. So उस ministry का under ये आता है. Third, this scheme aims to provide drones to 15,000 selected women self-help groups for providing rental services to farmers for agriculture purposes. Means through this scheme, what will happen? The women self-help groups will be benefited economically, and then like they will have access to the drones. So it is like making the technology accessible for the farmers also through women self-help groups. This is the thing. Only two. Is it understood? Now let us move to another question. Consider the following pairs. On one side they have mentioned about Ramsar sites, on the other side they have mentioned about the states where it is located. So presently how many Ramsar sites do we have in India? 80 Ramsar sites, and recently 5 new Ramsar sites have been added, and 3 of the sites are located in the state of Karnataka, 2 sites are located in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so 5 Ramsar sites are there. Ramsar sites are those sites where wetlands will be protected, okay, for the conservation of wetlands. Ramsar is the name of a city which is located in Iran. So a convention was signed for protecting the wetlands. So in that wetland, basically earlier we had 75 wetlands, but now in February, I think before 2nd of February, they have added 5 new wetlands. Okay, so here they have mentioned name of those Ramsar sites that were recently added, and on the right side they have mentioned the states. But however, are they matched properly or not? So we need to identify. Magadhi Kere Conservation Reserve. So whenever they mention Gere, Kere, so it is a word in Karnataka, Kannada. Okay. So here this one is located in Karnataka. Okay, this is located in Karnataka. Agastini Estuary. Sorry, this is also located in Karnataka. Then this Longwood Shola Reserve Forest. This is located in Tamil Nadu. Okay. जो 3 like out of 5 they have asked 3 over here. Magadhi Kere Conservation Reserve, it is located in Karnataka. When we talk about Agastini Estuary, it is located in it is again located in Karnataka. The Longwood, it is located in Tamil Nadu. Apart from this, there are 2 more. What are they? One is Anka Samudra Bird Conservation Reserve. Anka Samudra Bird Conservation Reserve, it is located in Karnataka. And next one is Karaveti Bird Sanctuary, which is located in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so जो नए वाले हैं उनमें से पूछा गया है, ठीक है? The newly added Ramsar sites. So none of them are correctly matched. ठीक है? So what you need to do is go again, see the Ramsar sites, जो 5 recent वाले हैं, read about it कि कहाँ पे क्या मिलता है, in which state it is located. 3 of them are located in Karnataka, 2 of them are located in Tamil Nadu. Then we have another question. Recently, the Prime Minister addressed a program on the 200th birth anniversary of Swami Dayanand Saraswati. So recently, an article came in Hindu newspaper. I discussed about that article also. It says, consider the following statements regarding Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Okay. So the 3 statements that are given, they are associated with Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Who was Swami Dayanand Saraswati? He is a social reformer. Okay. He started a, let's say like society or Samaj. We are going to discuss which Samaj he started, Arya Samaj. Okay. So he was an Indian philosopher, social leader and founder of Arya Samaj. Okay, he is founder of Arya Samaj. He is not founder of Prarthana Samaj. So first statement is wrong. He published his views in the work Satyarth Prakash. This is also right. Swami Vivekanand was his foremost disciple. ठीक है? स्वामी विवेकानंद जो है स्वामी दयानंद सरस्वती के नहीं थे डिसाइपल. ही वॉज डिसाइपल ऑफ रामाकृष्ण परमहंस. ठीक है. सो इट इज लाइक दैट. सो फर्स्ट एंड थर्ड आर रॉन्ग. ओनली वन पेयर इज करेक्ट विच इज स्टेटमेंट 2. ठीक है. सो दिस टॉपिक वॉज इन न्यूज. यू शुड रीड अबाउट हिम. 200th birth anniversary of स्वामी दयानंद सरस्वती. ठीक है. मतलब he focused on revivalism. He wanted to revive the prominence of Vedas. ठीक है. Vedic philosophy को वो मतलब like he basically propagated. Now we have another. The term Weimar Triangle, often mentioned in the news, relates to which of the following? It was also mentioned in Hindu newspaper. बहुत सारे newspaper में आया है. A regional alliance formed by France, Germany and Poland. ठीक है. एक regional alliance है between these 3 countries and these 3 countries are located in European Union. यूरोप में है. and these 3 countries let's say are located nearby one another. ये जो है it's not a formal grouping. It's a Weimar triangle. It's an informal grouping of these 3 countries so that they can cooperate more with one another in foreign affairs matters. जो foreign relations से related matters है उसमें वो एक दूसरे के साथ cooperate करें. ठीक है. Earlier, let's say like these 3 countries were anti to one another. Germany, like World War II के बारे में. ठीक है. So like Germany, Poland were far apart. ठीक है. So like they have created this alliance and now they are thinking of reviving this particular alliance. ठीक है. Now we have another question. Question number 96. Do we see serials, CID वगैरह? मतलब nowadays any stage program that happens, like you get smoke kind of कि वो धुआं उड़ता है वहाँ पे. It is because of dry ice. क्या होता है? Dry ice का use करते हैं. तो it says dry ice is colder than liquid nitrogen. वो cold तो नहीं है, मतलब it is not colder than liquid nitrogen. ठीक है. Dry ice and liquid nitrogen are both commonly used in cooling agents. ये dry ice जो है it is let's say dried form of carbon dioxide. ठीक है. So it is normally some experiments are also there in YouTube. कुछ YouTubers है they have मतलब पूरे pool में dry ice डाल दिया like that. So it is generally used in stage performance and all. यहाँ पे आपको दिखाना है धुआं निकल रहा है. ठीक है. So only second statement is correct. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. Dry ice के बारे में आपको पढ़ना है. Question number 97. With reference to economic community of West African states. I discussed about this topic in the past also. Why? Because recently there was a country, I think Niger. वहाँ पे क्या हुआ था कि मतलब military coup has happened. Military coup मतलब जो democratically elected government है उसको overthrow किया था military ने, उसी country के military ने. And then they have arrested the president. Later on they have put the president in house arrest. इनिशियली अरेस्ट करके अपने पास रखा. बाद में दिस इज अ रीजनल अलायंस जिसका वो नाइजर भी मेंबर था. सो दे हैव पुट प्रेशर कि मतलब यू नीड टू रिलीज द प्रेसिडेंट एंड दे डिड नॉट रिलीज द प्रेसिडेंट. उन्होंने हाउस अरेस्ट में रखा. ठीक है. सो दिस इकोनॉमिक कम्युनिटी ऑफ द वेस्ट अफ्रीकन स्टेट्स was in news for many days. There are around 15 countries that are member of Economic Community of West African States. So I have discussed about all these countries in the Hindu analysis, like we do mapping also in the beginning of the Hindu analysis. तो जितने भी 15 countries के member है, so we discussed कि ये member है. So basically this question is based on Economic Community of West African States. ठीक है? So it says ECOWAS was established through Lagos Treaty. ठीक है? ये factual information है, but this is true. It was established through a treaty which is known as Lagos Treaty. The ECOWAS countries have a common currency called Rand. ये मतलब they do have a common currency, लेकिन उसका नाम Rand नहीं है. ठीक है? Its name is little different. Question number 97. I'm going to write down the name of this. It's known as CFA franc. Okay, CFA franc. This is the common currency that ECOWAS has. Economic Community of West African States was in news this year. क्योंकि मैंने बताया ना, Niger is a country जहाँ पे military coup हुआ था, and Niger itself is a member of it. And these countries have put pressure on the military group of Niger. कि मतलब you need to release the president, you don't keep democracy in hostage. मतलब like when democratically established government उनके head को आपने arrest कर लिया, you are putting the democracy in hostage. मतलब उनको आपने वो कर लिया, क्या बोलते हैं? Like there might be Hindi terms related to this. Third, all members of ECOWAS are part of the Sahel region. ठीक है? सारे members Sahel region के part नहीं हैं. In fact, if we talk about Africa, मतलब मान लेते हैं if I draw a rough map of Africa, ठीक है, तो ये है, this is the region, ठीक है, जिसको बोल मतलब like middle region. यहाँ पे like those member countries, economic like community of West African countries, तो वो जो है ना, मतलब these member countries are located somewhere here. 15 countries है जो इधर west वाले countries भी आते हैं वहाँ पे, ठीक है. So you need to remember name of these countries. Only one of them is correct, which is option A. ठीक है. Now let us move to another question. Question number 98. The Global Greenhouse Gas Initiative, recently seen in the news, is launched by which of the following organization? The World Meteorological Organization. What is greenhouse gas? A gas which produces greenhouse effect, which produces global warming. For example, carbon dioxide is a gas which gets added to the atmosphere and it is able to trap heat waves. जो heat waves है वो trap कर लेता है, जिसके वजह से जो like atmosphere है, it gets warmed up, and the concentration of carbon dioxide is increasing in the atmosphere. ठीक है? Not only carbon dioxide, all the gases that are released from refrigerators, they are known as CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons. They are also, let's say, like they also have, let's say, heat trapping potential. So they also increase global warming. So they have started an initiative, the Global Greenhouse Gas Initiative. What will be the working of this initiative? To reduce the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, or to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. ठीक है? Because greenhouse gases के वजह से, ठीक है, मतलब atmosphere is getting warmed up. Global warming होगा, तो glaciers will retreat, glaciers will melt, their water will get added to the ocean, then sea level will rise, and those small island developing states, the island nations, will get submerged. ठीक है? तो मतलब their उनका जो वो है, मतलब like they are facing existential threat because of global warming, right? And in fact, recently it was reported that glaciers have melted 1 meter per year in the last 10 years, right? By an organization. I think World Meteorological Organization ने ही बोला था ये. ठीक है? This is the thing. Now question number 99, with reference to X-ray imaging and spectroscopy mission. ठीक है? There are many missions in news. For example, from India also, Chandrayaan-3 mission, Aditya L1 mission, Gaganyaan mission, X-ray polarimetry mission. ठीक है? Like these kind of missions are in news. Apart from this, there is a SLIM mission of Japan. ठीक है? They wanted to make a soft landing, precise soft landing on the south pole of the moon. Similarly, this is another mission which is in news. What? X-ray imaging spectroscopy mission. What is this? Basically, here the name itself seems to be very technical. What is spectroscopy? Spectroscopy is the study of particles using lights, using photons. मतलब जैसे होता क्या है, I'll give you an example. If you have a Costco ball, जिससे हम क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, if you throw that Costco ball on the wall, what will happen? The ball will go, it's going to come back. We will hear sound also. ठीक है? तो the wall is able to bounce back the ball. तो इससे हमें पता लगता है, we get to know hardness of the ball. Similarly, वो same Costco ball को if you throw on a, let's say like on a metal, it's going to come back, but it's going to produce a different sound, है ना? If you throw the same Costco ball on mud, it's going to bounce, but it's going to go further. It's going to make a different noise. We have the same ball. Using the same ball, we are able to study the properties of the wall, of the metal, and of the mud, like that. Similarly, what happens in spectroscopy, what we do, we pass photons or light waves, right? We pass photons or light waves through some kind of matter. Okay? And we see that how it interacted with the matter. Okay? And we know the properties of light waves, ki haan, what is the speed of it, what is the polarization of it. Similarly, it helps us to study the matter. Okay? Different type of light wave को हम matter के through pass करते हैं. We do have double slit experiment also, जिससे हम we understand the properties of the matter. That is known as spectroscopy. Using light wave, you are understanding properties of matter. Generally, spectroscopy is used in nanomaterials, nanoparticles, nanomaterial और nanotechnology में जो nanomaterial की properties को आपको अगर पढ़ना है, so we do have different spectroscopy techniques. We have diffraction techniques also. They are known as characterization techniques and nanotechnology. So अभी क्या है X-ray imaging. When we talk about X-ray, X-rays क्या है? It is a kind of ray in the electromagnetic spectrum. When we see electromagnetic spectrum, it has different types of waves altogether. जैसे radio wave है, ultraviolet radiation है, infrared radiation है, X-rays है. We do have different types of rays. So basically, X-rays are also emitted by the sun. X-rays जो है, जैसे हमें पता है ultraviolet ray आता है sun से, but like it, we are protected from ultraviolet radiation by ozone layer. Ozone layer होता है. What ozone layer does, it let's say like reflects back. It does not allow the ultraviolet radiation to come to us. Similarly, sun से जो है ना, X-rays are also emitted, but X-rays are not able to penetrate through the let's say like atmosphere. But the thing is, like, what we need to do, we need to keep on continuously study about how much X-rays are coming, what is the potential, is the atmosphere still able to protect us from the X-rays and all. For this, basically, like, people have launched different missions. One of the mission is X-ray imaging and spectroscopy mission. Through this mission, they will study about the X-rays that are emitted by the sun. Even like Indian Space Research Organization has launched a similar mission. Okay, X-ray polarimetry mission, I think, on 1st of January 2024 to study the X-rays that are coming from the sun. So here, what they are asking, that it is a joint mission of the European Space Agency. नहीं, यहाँ पे JAXA है. What is JAXA? Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. This is the space agency of Japan, and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. Okay, so first statement is wrong. Second, it aims to observe X-rays coming from deep space and identify their wavelengths with unprecedented precision. This is right. Okay, correct answer is only 2. Okay. शिव जी वो YouTube का दिखा देना. ठीक है. Some people have written questions also, comments. One person has asked one question 10 times back to back. Sir, what is cabinet secretary? Who is cabinet secretary? Correct question. Cabinet secretary is the highest level civil servant in India. Civil servants means like IAS officer. The topmost IAS officer is the cabinet secretary. Okay, that's the thing. So basically, like he's asking, so if you qualify UPSC civil services examination in the earliest age, 22 years, 21 or 22, then like slowly and gradually you will be getting promoted. There is a chance that you may become a cabinet secretary. So that's the thing. So he might have asked this question when we were discussing about that topic. Is it understood, this question? Now, we have another question. It says, the term Namsai declaration, often seen in the news, is related to which of the following? An agenda for women's empowerment is... Okay. So basically, what is this Namsai declaration? In northeastern India, we do have, let's say, 7 states. If we exclude Sikkim, including Sikkim, we have 8 states in northeast India. So how does northeast India look like? So let me quickly draw. This is the northeastern portion of India. Over here in the central portion, we have a state of Assam. And where is Manipur located? Manipur located here. Yes. This side? हाँ, यहाँ पे करो, ठीक है? Manipur. So Assam and Manipur does have some border disputes between one another. So there are certain villages in which border disputes are there. So recently what has happened, the Chief Minister of Assam and Chief Minister of Manipur, they have met with one another to resolve the border disputes that they have around 106 or 100 and few villages, right? So like through these villages, some border disputes are there. So they have thought of resolving those border disputes. And this declaration that they have signed, it is known as Namsai Declaration, okay? Like an interstate border dispute. ठीक है, ये थोड़ा सा नीचे ऊपर हो गया है. It's like that. Okay. It's for resolving an interstate border dispute. This is the thing. So from my side, that will be all. So today we have discussed 15 questions from current affairs and 10 questions from science and technology. Most of the questions from science and technology are from current affairs itself. I mean, like, you know, current topics. And UPSC does ask questions from current topics itself. I mean, like, you know, they ask questions from upcoming areas of science and technology. Especially you need to learn about neural networks, you need to learn about some of the topics that we discussed, right? If in case any one of you have any doubt, further doubts related to these topics, you may always reach out to me. I remain in the ORN office, like in Lukmaan IAS, so then we will discuss. So next part of the discussion will be taken by Raghuram sir, right? He's going to discuss, let's say, the polity section of today's like, you know, today's paper. So I'm going to, let's say, ask sir to come and interact with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
How are you? Dimple? How are you? Very good. Can non-IAS officer become cabinet secretary if he is the senior most IAS officer in India? Let's start. Question number 21. Consider the following statements. Laws promoting the DPSP cannot be challenged in court simply because they restrict fundamental rights. Can DPSP be challenged? A law that aims to implement the directive principle of state policy can be challenged in a court? Yes or no? Can be challenged. Very easy. There is nothing to explain here, isn't it? So the statement first is incorrect, because the cannot be challenged, it can be challenged. When enacting laws based on the DPSP, the government cannot infringe upon the right to equality and freedom of expression. When enacting laws based on DPSP, the government cannot infringe upon the right to equality and freedom of expression, Article 19. What is the answer? The government can infringe upon. Government can infringe or the parliament can infringe. Huh? The government cannot infringe upon. You see, if it is, let's take this as government. The government cannot infringe upon the right to equality, the government can. I mean, whether it is government or parliament, it can, because a law which is trying to implement the directive principles mentioned in 39B and C, even if they violate, even if that law violates Article 14 and 19, still the law can be held validly enacted. So it does not matter whether it is government or parliament. Cannot infringe upon, it can. What is the option which is given in the answer? D. Sure. B is the answer which is given. Can you read the explanation? Is there the explanation is there? No. I'll give you an explanation. Don't worry. Wait. First, let us see the explanation. Let's see this. When enacting laws based on the DPSP, the government cannot infringe upon the right to equality and freedom of expression. A law is made by the parliament to implement DPSP. Such law can violate or infringe upon or restrict your rights under 14 and 19. Correct? Law will be made by the parliament, not by the government. A law made by the parliament to implement 39B or C can violate your rights under 14 and 19. Clear or not? So it is not the government. If you see logically, the proper explanation is that when enacting laws based on DPSP, and who will enact laws? The parliament or the concerned state legislature, depending upon the preferential assent. The government cannot infringe. The government cannot infringe. Parliament can infringe. Are you getting what I am trying to say? Government cannot infringe. That's correct. I know this is a very, what we say, a difficult kind of statement. But I want to tell you one thing, just keep this in mind. Law will be made by the legislature. And that law can infringe. Infringe means restrict the rights available under 14 and 19, which essentially means this. (39B) or C. This is the equation. Keep this in mind. Law will be made by the legislature. If government wants to infringe, then the government has to formulate an order or a regulation or a notification You must have read about two things: statutory body, executive body. And what are the fundamental difference? A statutory body is a body established by the law of the legislature, whether the state or the central. Niti Aayog, executive body, because through a resolution of the cabinet. So, a resolution of the cabinet or an order of the government cannot violate your fundamental right under 14 and 19. It can only be done by the parliament by law or the state legislature by law. What I am trying to say is that in order to implement directive principles under 39B and C, a law is required. Right? A law is required. That law can violate, override, supersede your rights under 14 and 19. So, the law can be made only by the legislature, not by the government. Law is made by the legislature, rules are made by the government. When a law is made, rule will be made by the government. For example, IT Act, Information Technology Act. You must have read about IT rules. Rules made by the government. So, laws should be enacted by the concerned legislature, and those laws can violate, override, supersede your rights under 14 and 19. So, this statement is incorrect in the sense that, this statement is correct in the sense that the word is government. Government cannot infringe. Only the parliament can do through law. In order to implement a law made by the parliament which violate 14 and 19, government can frame rules. Let's say a land reform law is made by the parliament or the concerned state legislature, and that law violate 14 or 19. But to implement that law, rule will be made by the government. What happens is that when a law is made, the law does not deal with all the aspects. When a law is made by the legislature, parliament, the executive, that is the government, will have power to make rules to implement it. One great example is Citizenship Amendment Act. Citizenship Amendment Act. When was the law made? 19. When was the rule framed? Now. Who framed those rules? Government implemented. So, to implement a law, government can frame rules. To implement a law enacted to implement 39B or C, even if it violates 14 or 19, government can frame rules. Government cannot make law. Are you getting what I am trying to say? Rule making by the government to implement. A law is made to implement DPSP, and that law violates 14. Not a problem. That is valid. Right? In order to implement that law, which violate a fundamental right, government can frame rules. But without a law, government cannot frame rules. Through rule, government cannot violate your 14 or 19. It requires a law. That law will be made by the legislature. Clear or not? Any doubt if you have, you can ask after the discussion. Don't worry. So that there might be some changes in the explanation which is given in the booklet, but whatever I am explaining at this point in time is the correct explanation. Answer is B. Government cannot infringe. That's true. Consider the following statements. Very easy. National emergency grants the parliament law-making power over state subjects, overriding state legislatures. In a national emergency, very easy, you know that the union legislature, that is the parliament, can make law, even in state subjects. The president can suspend the enforcement of all fundamental rights during national emergency? No. Very easy. Which all fundamental rights cannot be suspended? 20 and 21. Right? 20 and 21, 44th Amendment Act. Simple question, simple statement. The national emergency allows the parliament to extend the term of Lok Sabha 1 year at a time for an indefinite period. For an indefinite period in the sense that as long as national emergency is there. As long as national emergency is there, it can. Is there a time period for national emergency? No. So 1 year at a time, 1 year at a time, it can be extended. If let's say national emergency is there for 5 years and the tenure of the house comes to an end, then after 5 it can extend 1 year at a time, 1 year at a time. National emergency, so statement 1 is correct, statement 2, suspend incorrect, statement 3, correct. So how many of the above statements are correct? Only 2, very easy. Can we implement the redundancy? 23, FCRA. It is granted only to associations engaged in areas of cultural, economic, educational, religious or social programs. Remember, this license under Foreign Contribution Regulation Act can be granted not only to association but also to people. Individuals can also be granted license under FCRA. Sorry. 22 state number 3. हाँ. ये 1 year तक extend indefinite time 1 year at a time, and as long as the national emergency is there, it can be extended. As long as national emergency is there, let's say national emergency is implemented, promulgated, and in the meantime, the tenure of the Lok Sabha is going to end. So, the tenure of Lok Sabha can be extended for 1 year. But in between, national emergency came to an end. So, the maximum period that Lok Sabha can function as an extended tenure is only 6 months. In other words, if the national emergency is there for 5 years, it can be extended 1 year. Which can be extended, the tenure of Lok Sabha can be extended, the tenure of Assembly can also be extended. Understand? Indefinite period means this. You see, there is no definite period for national emergency. Is there any definite period? As long as the national emergency proclamation is revoked by the president, or the if the Lok Sabha passes a resolution, it will continue. There is no time period for national emergency. Is there a time period for national emergency? No. Right? Similarly, the tenure of Lok Sabha when the national emergency operation can be extended 1 year at a time. 1 year, depending upon the duration of national emergency. FCRA, a license can be granted to individual as well as association. What is the word here? Only. Always remember, whenever the word only is there, read the question multiple times. Whenever the word only is there, read the question multiple times. An NGO is required to open a bank account for the receipt of the foreign funds in any branch of the State Bank of India across the country. Why? An NGO is required to open a bank account for the receipt of the foreign funds in any branch of the State Bank of India. In any branch of the State Bank of India. Only the designated branch in Delhi is the bank branch where you can open the account. Not any branch. The government of India designated one branch of SBI in New Delhi. So, if you want to get the foreign contribution under FCRA, then you have to open the account in this designated branch, not any, incorrect. In case FCR license is cancelled, an NGO is ineligible for 10 years before reapplying for the license. First time cancellation is for 3 years, not 10 years. FCR license can be suspended for 180 days, then can be further suspended for 180 days. Suspension is also possible in FCRA, cancellation is also possible. Cancellation for 3 years. After that, you can reapply. Center for Policy Research, its license has been cancelled recently. FCRA is always in news. Remember one thing. The amendment to FCRA in 2020, FCRA was amended in 2020. It restricted the amount of money which an association or an individual gets through foreign contribution, which can be used for administrative purposes, up to 20%, which means salary, travel, water, food, etc. These are all known as administrative expenses. The FCRA Amendment 2020 limited the extent of administrative expenses. If you get 100 rupee as a foreign contribution, then only 20 rupees can be used for administrative expenses. This amendment was made in 2020. Not only that, the contribution which you receive in this FCRA account in Delhi, that SBI branch, cannot be transferred to any third party. So transfer of foreign contribution received by a person in FCRA account is prohibited. Political parties are not barred from accepting foreign contribution. FCRA was amended through Finance Act 17 and 18, whereby the contribution received by political parties were made legal retrospectively. The law as it stands today is for a political parties can receive foreign contribution if that foreign contribution is given by a subsidiary of a foreign company having operation in India. Remember one thing, the fundamental aim behind FCRA 1976 was to prevent foreign contribution being used by political parties and other public servants, which will create problems for India's democracy and election. The objective was not to prevent the civil society organization from accessing foreign contribution. But as it stands, the objective has reversed. Political parties can easily access foreign contribution. But as far as civil society is concerned, it is very much limited, restricted. What is the answer? This is incorrect. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. What is the answer? D. In one case, Noel Harper versus Union of India. Noel Harper case, the Supreme Court of India in 2022 upheld the amendments to FCRA. The judge which presided over the case was the current Lokpal of India. He was the judge who also enabled the Enforcement Directorate to become the most powerful agency of the government in India. Anyway, whatever that might be, remember Noel Harper versus Union of India. 24. Consider the following statements about judges of Supreme Court. Why this question? This question is with respect to the appointment of context. I am telling you, appointment of Justice Khanwalkar as the Lokpal. Not only that, Abhijit Gangopadhyay, although he was a High Court judge. Remember? After ceasing to hold office, she cannot appear as a lawyer before any court authority in India. Supreme Court judges cannot act as a lawyer, cannot plead in the Supreme Court or any other High Court, or even tribunals. That is the word authority. Authority is a very significant word. What about High Court judges? The restriction is there only for permanent judge of High Court. Permanent judge. Remember this. Permanent judges. Permanent judges cannot practice except in the Supreme Court or in those courts where they did not serve. Let's say I am a permanent judge in Delhi High Court. I retired from the Delhi High Court. Entire service in Delhi High Court. I will give you an example. So for me, I cannot practice in Delhi High Court. I can practice in Punjab and Haryana, Allahabad, anywhere, in Supreme Court also. I cannot practice in the Delhi High Court. A permanent judge can only practice, permanent judge of High Court can only practice in the Supreme Court and in other High Courts. Other High Court means where he did not work as a permanent judge. Apart from this, neither the Constitution nor any law provide any restriction as far as the post-retirement employment of judges are concerned. No restriction. So, you can use your judgeship as a platform for your future political career, like the Honorable Abhijit Gangopadhyay did in West Bengal. There is no cooling off period for judges after the retirement before they could join political parties or conduct election. Absolutely correct. No cooling off period. No cooling off period. Cooling off period means a gap. Once you retire or resign, for that matter, there should be a gap. No. Nor for political assignment, conducting election, or for any appointment. No restriction apart from this restriction exist as far as judges are concerned. So, government can appoint them in various statutory bodies, constitutional bodies, etc. And if the judge is politically ambitious, then the judge can use the tenure to build that political capital. And once he resigns, within 48 hours, he can join a political party, and the political party will gleefully accept his membership and will provide the ticket to contest in the upcoming Lok Sabha election. Very sad state of affairs in this country, isn't it? Anyway, so cannot appear, absolutely correct. No cooling off period, absolutely correct. What is the answer? Is there any cooling off period for civil servants in India? 3 years? Where? Three years? As it stands, there is a cooling off period for civil servants of 1 year with respect to private sector commercial employment. Private sector commercial employment, which means I am secretary of let's say Ministry of Telecom Department, Department of Telecom Secretary. I retired. I want to take up a direct I want to work in Jio, and Jio is offering me a position in their board of directors. So the rule says that you have to wait for 1 year, but the government of India can waive off that waiting period also. If you are the blue-eyed bureaucrat of the government of India, or for that matter of the state, then this 1 year period is not applicable for you. Private sector commercial employment, not for public sector employment. No. Only restriction is this, 1 year. Applicable to central civil service as well as all the services. Right? But that 1 year can be waived off. If you have done good work for the government while you are in service, then the government will be happy to waive off that 1 year period. And depending upon the company you are willing to join, government will be more than happy. 25. Next. Consider the following. Members of Parliament can claim immunity from prosecution for bribes to cast a vote or make a speech in the House in a particular fashion. Why this question? Fida Soren. Fida Soren, Jharkhand. Right? Supreme Court, 7-judge bench. Judgment. What was the judgment? You cannot claim immunity. Immunity under 105. The claim of this, I have taken bribe, and the purpose of taking bribe is to vote or to speak in a particular fashion in the House. So the act of taking bribe is not a standalone act. The act of bribery, whatever that might be, has to be seen in the context of legislative function. That was the argument of this particular lady, and also the Supreme Court 5-judge bench earlier in 1998. In this case, P.V. Narasimha Rao versus state case. In that case, also, yes, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, people took bribe in order to vote in a particular fashion. So then the Supreme Court said that the act of bribery has to be seen in the context of legislative proceeding. What does Article 1052 say? This one confers MPs immunity from prosecution in respect of anything said or any vote given. Said means whatever you see, whatever you say. If let's say money is given to me to ask a particular question or to vote given. In this case, what happened was Fida Soren, she was given money in order to vote in a particular fashion. Where? For Rajya Sabha election. She claimed that this investigation started by the agency does not subscribe to my protection under the Article 105. She says, I have immunity. Why? Because my act of bribery, this bribe which I have taken is not for any other purposes. Because the act of bribery has act of bribery is linked with my legislative activity. I have taken bribe. And this bribery should not be seen standalone. It should be seen in the context of my legislative activity. Why am I taking bribe? To speak or to vote. And the speaking or vote is immunity. This argument was accepted by the Supreme Court earlier. But recently, Supreme Court has overruled that judgment. And upheld that and held that when you take a bribe, then the offense is complete. Bribery is bribery. Somebody has given you money, then there is act of corruption. It does not matter for what purpose you have taken that. You cannot claim immunity while you are taking bribe. This immunity is not applicable to you. Can claim immunity, they cannot claim immunity. Clear? This 1052 confers MP immunity from prosecution in respect of anything said or vote, absolutely correct. This statement is correct. Statement is correct. But remember, there is no absolute immunity. There is no absolute immunity. It provides immunity. Article 1052 provides it, yes, as far as MPs are concerned. But this immunity does not mean you will have protection when you do corrupt acts. Prevention of Corruption Act 1988 will apply to you. You cannot claim that I am a legislator and the taking of bribe to ask a question is concerned with my legislative activity, hence I am immune from prosecution. No. taking bribe, soliciting bribe, even intention of taking bribe has nothing to do with your legislative activity. In this judgment, the Supreme Court has also explained one concept, doctrine of stare decisis. Doctrine of stare decisis. You never know, they may ask, क्या है ये? Doctrine of stare decisis means doctrine of precedence. Simply means the judgment of a previous bench is binding on the future benches. A judgment is given. For example, I'll give you an example of this. Hello? Yes? Okay. This Noel Harper judgment regarding FCRNGO, 3-judge bench. Now, this judgment is binding on all the Supreme Court benches of 3 or below. 3-judge bench. The orders of the 3-judge bench in this case is binding on all the 3-judge benches. And also on benches having lesser strength. Benches having equal strength is known as coordinate bench. Bench having coordinate strength or coordinate bench. So in order to overrule a 3-judge bench decision, what is required? 5-judge bench is required. In order to overrule 5-judge bench decision, what is required? 7-judge. This particular judgment which provided immunity was rendered by a 5-judge bench in P.V. Narasimha Rao case. And to overrule that decision, 7-judge bench is required. So this case, Sita Soren case, was heard by a 7-judge bench. Doctrine of stare decisis means binding nature of previous decisions of the Supreme Court or the High Court for that matter. But this bindingness is only applicable on coordinate bench strength and benches having lesser strength. Doctrine of stare decisis, also known as doctrine of precedence. P-R-A-C-E-D-E-N-C-E. As we are speaking, this lady, Sita Soren, joined one political party. And the political party has offered a ticket to contest in Jharkhand. The name of the political party is not important. And the political party has the history of fighting corruption in this country. Going? Conflict test. You see, if the judgment is rendered per incurium means out of ignorance or lack of proper application of law. I'll give you an example. It happened with Bilkis Banu case. Bilkis Banu, where the Supreme Court has sent back the convicts. There it overruled the judgment of a 2-judge bench. The 2-judge bench said the appropriate government to decide the remission petition is Gujarat government, according to 2-judge bench. But this Bilkis Banu judgment, which is heard by a 2-judge bench, overruled that decision. It held it is not Gujarat government. It is the government where the case is tried and sentence is pronounced. That is the appropriate government to decide, which is Maharashtra government. So this 2-judge bench overruled the decision of that 2-judge bench. But on the ground that this 2-judge bench, initial wala 2-judge bench, they did not apply the law as it stands. If the law is not applied, if the decision is incorrect, then it is not binding. But in general, it is binding. In order to overrule the judgment of a coordinate bench, a bench of higher strength is required. Unless there is a manifest error. Like in this case, as per the law, CRPC, the appropriate government is the government where the case is tried and sentenced, which happened in Maharashtra. So this is the law, and the initial two judgments should have applied this law. Rather, they took a different view, which is incorrect view. On the basis of this incorrectness per incurium, out of error, then the corresponding coordinate bench can overrule. But it's a very minimal, the scope is very minute. In general, it is binding. The argument in this case was doctrine of stare decisis. Those people who supported the P.V. Narasimha Rao, they said 5 years. Sorry, this judgment was given by a 5-judge bench, and the judgment was rendered in 1998. Now we are in 2024. How many years? From 1998 to 2024, how many years? More than 25 years. So more than 25 years, this was the law. So it has been a precedent. It has been followed by all. So don't overrule this decision. But the Supreme Court have said we are a 7-judge bench and we have the right, authority to overrule this judgment of the 5-judge bench. Clear or not? Masuri, I hope you can hear me. I have increased my volume. 25, 26. Let's do it faster. 20 जा रहा है यार. Yes. Consider the following statements about Harit Sagar, the Green Port Guidelines 2023. Very easy, straightforward question. Harit Sagar Green Port Guidelines. Everybody is doing something or the other with respect to green. For the Ministry of Port and Shipping also felt that हमें भी कुछ करना चाहिए. So they brought these guidelines. Harit Sagar Green Port. It is not Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. It is what? Ministry of Shipping. That is the Ministry of Port and Shipping. Not this ministry. Rest all statements are correct. See the explanation. Right. 2 and 3 are correct. Statement 1 is incorrect because it is not Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. It is the Ministry of Port and Shipping. Consider following statements about Rajya Sabha election process. Very important. Rajya Sabha members are elected through an indirect election system of proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. PRSTV, proportional representation, single transferable vote is the method through which Rajya Sabha election is conducted. During the elections, the lawmakers are required to display their ballot to an authorized party agent before casting it to the box. Rajya Sabha election is an open, yes, it's true. Rajya Sabha election is open ballot. Open ballot. It was introduced through an amendment to RPA. Required, yes, required display, yes, required to. It is mandatory. They have to. I'll explain that. The fundamental idea behind this open ballot was to prevent cross voting. But as you know that legislators in India are very clever. Right? I will tell you that this did not prevent any cross voting. Even the recently concluded Rajya Sabha election in Uttar Pradesh, in Karnataka, in Himachal Pradesh, cross voting happened. Which means if party A, their MLAs are supposed to vote for the candidate put up by party A, they are voting for party B. The amendment was introduced in order to prevent this cross voting in the sense that earlier it was secret ballot. Now if I am voting, I have to show that ballot paper to concerned agent. For that the agent will come to know whom I voted and the party will also come to know, and the party can take action against me. But I'll explain that further, wait. But the point is that anti-defection law, especially the whip, as it stands does not apply to the Rajya Sabha election. Which means I voted for party B, but I should have voted for party A, my party. Now the political agent came to know that I voted for the other party. Now what action the political party can take? No disqualification. As whip cannot be issued, whip means the direction to vote in the particular manner cannot be issued in Rajya Sabha, election, the legislator cannot be disqualified. Legislator cannot be disqualified under whip. Whip, the fundamental point is this: whip is inapplicable to Rajya Sabha election. Whip is inapplicable to Rajya Sabha election, which means a formal direction cannot be issued by the concerned authority of the political party or the political party to the legislators to vote in this manner. Schedule 10 says this direction can be issued for voting, but Rajya Sabha election does not happen on the floor of the house. It happens on the premises of the assembly. Okay, let me explain this way. A bill is introduced in Lok Sabha. I am from party A. I am an MP. I was told that oppose this bill. But I was told oppose this bill and whip is issued that all party members will oppose this bill. But I voted for the bill. So I disobeyed the whip. So because of the disobeyal of whip, I am liable under disqualification proceeding in Schedule 10. Disqualification proceeding will start against me. But as far as Rajya Sabha elections are concerned, no whip is applicable. Like a whip is applicable to voting in the house, a whip cannot be issued for Rajya Sabha election, which means a whip cannot be issued to legislators to vote in this particular fashion. That cannot be done. If no whip is applicable, then there is no question of disregarding the direction issued by the political party or the whip. Hence, there will be no issue of disqualification. Cross voting or voting against the formally nominated member of a political party, disregarding whip, will not make you liable under disqualification under Schedule 10. Schedule 10 deals with proceeding within the house, especially whip. Only in the context of whip. Whip can be issued for proceeding inside the house. Election to Rajya Sabha does not happen inside the house. Floor of the house does not happen. It happens outside. Foundation is weak. If I disobey whip and vote in a particular fashion on the floor of the house, then the party can initiate disqualification proceeding against me. But if I disobey the direction issued by the direction, whatever direction given by the political party in the context of Rajya Sabha election, no disqualification proceeding can be initiated against me for disobeying whip, because no whip is applicable to Rajya Sabha election. No whip is applicable to Rajya Sabha election. So that legislators know no whip is applicable. So I can vote as per I want. But remember one thing, disqualification under Schedule 10 is not only limited to whip. There is another option. What is the option? Voluntarily giving up the membership of political party. Voluntarily giving up of the membership of political party. If you are voting against an individual who is not the established candidate, then your action indicates that you are voluntarily giving up membership of the party. This way, disqualification proceeding can be initiated, but whip cannot be. this entire issue is evolving. The issue is evolving. My personal point of view is that whip should be applicable to Rajya Sabha. And entire disqualification, Rajya Sabha election, entire disqualification proceeding should be made applicable to the Rajya Sabha election. Otherwise, the legislator will say, I am voting as per my conscience. And unfortunately, these conscience are manufactured by money. They can sell their conscience when there is money. And unfortunately that is happening. Cross voting. Because the legislators know disqualification, no. Whip cannot be issued. But if the political parties want to take action, they can do under this provision of voluntarily giving up membership. Entire anti-defection law system is evolving. There are multiple nuances. But as far as Rajya Sabha is concerned, you keep this in mind. Initially, secret ballot, later open ballot. Should show to that authorized agent, only to that person, not to any other. Clear? 28. Statement 1. The sixth schedule contains provisions that grant indigenous tribes significant autonomy in states of Assam, Manipur, Mizoram and Tripura. Schedule 6 deals with autonomous tribal area. Schedule 6 deals with tribal area. Schedule 5 deals with scheduled tribe, scheduled area and scheduled tribe. Schedule 5 deals with SAST, scheduled area, scheduled tribe. Schedule 6 deals with tribal area. Tribal area are present in 4 states: Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram and Tripura. Total 10 as of today. Not Manipur. It's not in Manipur. Mizoram, Chakma Mara Lai, 3 in Mizoram. Tripura Autonomous District Council or Tripura Autonomous Hill Council. Tripura. Meghalaya, Garo Ghafi Jaintia. Karbi Anglong, Bodoland and North Kachar in Assam. Total 10. The sixth schedule was enacted in 1949 in order to protect etc. etc. Correct. 1949 means what? Constitution 1949. Remember one thing. Governor by notification can add an area as a tribal area or remove an area as a tribal area. Governor by notification. Governor by public notification can say, okay, this particular area from this particular date will be under Schedule 6 and will be known as a tribal area. It can. Governor by public notification. It does not require amendment to the Constitution. That is, and does not require amendment to Schedule 6. In order to declare an area as a tribal area or to remove an area from tribal area, amendment to the Constitution is not needed. Governor by public notification can do that. This you must keep in mind. If, let's say, in Assam, one particular area, the Assam government wants to include in tribal area, does it require amendment? Does it require amendment? It does not require. Does not require amendment. The governor by public notification can do that. But the Schedule 6 need to be amended later in order to incorporate this. If you see Schedule 6, there is a table which details, lists down these 10 areas. Go home and see Schedule 6. Then you will find in Schedule 6 there is a table, where in this table all the 10 areas are listed down. Now, if I am saying that an area has to be added to that schedule, So the schedule should be amended. This amendment through a normal law. This amendment does not require amendment under 358. The amendment to Schedule 6 does not require amendment under 358. The constitution can be amended through multiple methods. 358, under 358, two types. There are also there is also another type of amendment which even leads to the amendment of the constitution. It is not a constitutional amendment. For example, this Article 4. Article 4 says if you are amending Article 3, then it will not be deemed to be an amendment under 358. There are multiple provisions like that. Similarly, Schedule 6. Schedule 6 can be amended through a normal law procedure. Schedule 6 can be amended through a normal law procedure, number 1. But in order to add or remove any area under Schedule 6, amendment is not needed. A governor public notification is enough. If the notification is given, then the particular area can be added to Schedule 6. Consider the following statement regarding affirmative action in the Indian context. It refers to policies that reserve certain percentage of seats in government jobs and educational institutions for disadvantaged groups. This question is very easy. Reservation policy in India is considered as affirmative action, which generally operates in 3 domains: education, public employment, and political representation. Correct. Benefits under affirmative action policies are available only for SC and STs. Is it true? SC, ST, OBC, and EWS. And not only that, women, disabled, isn't it? This statement is incorrect. Very easy question. Affirmative means what? Positive action. To develop people, to enable their progress. Reservation is an important aspect of affirmative action. Providing subsidy, providing scholarship, giving reservation in metro. There are multiple aspects of affirmative action. One of the most important affirmative action policies is reservation policy. Reservation can be education, employment, as well as political representation. Very easy question. Consider the following: notification of general election, procedure for the preparation of electoral rolls, qualification and disqualification for membership of the House, disputes regarding elections. How many of the above provisions are provided in the RPA 1951? There are 2 RPA, 1950 and 1951. 1950 deals with qualification of voters, preparation of electoral rolls, delimitation, 1951 deals with, except this, all 3. Procedure for the preparation of electoral rolls. Preparation of electoral rolls is under RPA 1950, not under 1951. Clear? Question number 81. Very easy. Consider the following pairs. Parliamentary procedure, features, outcomes. Censure motion. It can be moved only in the Lok Sabha against council of ministers, group of ministers, individual ministers for the failure to perform duties. Correct or not? Censure motion. Censure motion. Only in Lok Sabha. Censure motion can be only in Lok Sabha, not in Rajya Sabha. It can be moved against group of minister, individual, or the council of minister. Yes? Statement is correct. Closer motion. Raised when the proceeding of the House do not follow the normal rules of procedure. It is point of order. When the proceeding of the House does not follow the established procedure as per law or the rule, then a member can raise and point out that this is not as per order, this is not as per rule. Point of order. Closer motion is not this. Closer motion to close a discussion. There are multiple types of closure, isn't it? Kangaroo, guillotine, etc. Normal, etc. So this is incorrect. Calling attention motion. It is introduced in the Lok Sabha to draw the attention of the House to a definite matter of urgent public importance. The only problem is this House. It is the attention of the minister, not of the House. Calling attention. Attention of whom? Of the concerned minister. Not of the House. Calling attention motion can be introduced either in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. This one, attention of the House, not the House, of the minister. What happened? Every word is important. Minister's attention will be called, not the House of attention. Calling attention motion. That's the only catch here. Any problem? It can be introduced in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, not an issue. 82. With reference to Indian Constitution, which was the following statement if are correct about Panchayat? Very easy. Panchayat. Only those who are at least 21 years old can run for election in the Panchayat. Yes. Panchayat election 21 years. 21. Correct statement. Disputes concerning Panchayat election can be challenged through an election petition filed in jurisdictional district court. Incorrect. The state by law will provide. The state legislature, the concerned state legislature by law will establish an authority which will deal with these election disputes. No court. It can. If you see, the concerned state legislature can empower the district court or for that matter the high court, whatever authority that might be. But it will be decided by the state legislature. The state legislature will authorize or establish an authority which will decide the petition. It can also ask the State Election Commission to do that. Depends upon the state legislature. Very important. Elections don't need to be held if panchayats are dissolved prematurely and the remaining term is less than 6 months. What happens if that in panchayat, a dissolved panchayat, once a panchayat is dissolved, then a new panchayat is constituted after election. This constituted panchayat will only remain in function till the remaining period of the FCL panchayat. 3 years, one panchayat dissolved, another panchayat constituted. This panchayat will remain in power only for 2 years. Now what if panchayat is dissolved after 4 years and 6 months? Now if you conduct an election, what will happen? The reconstituted panchayat will be only for 6 months. So after 6 months you have to conduct again election. So that it is saying that if the remaining period is 6 months or less, then you don't have to constitute a panchayat for such period. It does not mean that you will not conduct election. You have to conduct election, but the election will be conducted in such a manner that the other panchayat which is elected will have a full tenure of 5 years. In order to conduct election in panchayat, how much time is required? 15 days, 1 month, something like that. So 4.5 years. After 5 months, you can start election process. For that, within 1 month, election is concluded and the new panchayat will continue for 5 years. But if it is remaining only 6 months or less, then for that period, you don't have to conduct election. What happens is that, if that is the case, if you conduct election, then the new panchayat will only remain for 1 month or 2 months. But if it is 7 months, you have to conduct election. 8 months, you should. 6 or less than 6, no need. No need to conduct election for that period. Clear or not? 83. The constitutional court can order CBI to investigate a crime anywhere in the country without the consent of state. Yes, courts can. Constitutional courts means what? Court, Supreme Court and the High Court. In 2010, 5 judge bench of the Supreme Court have categorically held that High Court and the Supreme Court can order CBI investigation even without the consent of the state. As you know, the CBI in general can conduct investigation in states only with the consent of the state. Section 6 of the DSPE Act provides that. So recently, multiple states have withdrawn those consent. But the courts can order CBI inquiry even without the consent of that. West Bengal government has withdrawn CBI consent. But as you know, this Gangopadhyay have ordered multiple CBI inquiries. So, High Court and the Supreme Court can order CBI inquiry. It does not matter whether state has given consent or does not matter. Because Article 32 and 226 provide such power to the constitutional courts. So they can do that. And they also have the duty to protect the life and liberty of individuals under Article 21. As it stands, the High Court and the Supreme Court can order CBI inquiry even without the consent of the state government. It does not violate federalism. The Delhi Special Police Establishment Act 1946 mandates the consent of state government before the CBI can investigate a crime in a particular state. This act mandates, that if it is an investigation in state without the consent of the corresponding state, you cannot carry out investigation. But this is not applicable to the High Court and the Supreme Court. They have inherent power of judicial review and they are the custodian of the constitution and protector of fundamental rights of people. So they have the authority to order CBI investigation. 84. In case of defection in local government, the scope for the court's intervention is limited. Why? The anti-defection law under the 10th schedule of the constitution does not apply to panchayats and municipalities. Anti-defection law under 10th schedule of the constitution does not apply to panchayat and municipality. Absolutely correct statement. Because anti-defection law is only applicable to what? State legislature and the parliament. Not to panchayat and municipality. But the state legislature can make a law. State legislature can make a law and include in that law these disqualification provisions with respect to panchayat and municipality. There are some states like Kerala, for example, has brought a law similar to this anti-defection law. And that anti-defection law is applicable to panchayat and municipality. So even defection happens in panchayat, in Kerala, this anti-defection law, not this anti-defection law, that law which is enacted by the Kerala state legislature will apply. But there are only few handful states which have enacted such a law. That is why defection is a very prominent phenomena in local democracy, local government in India. Chandigarh, what happened? Remember? 3 Aam Aadmi Party members, they joined the political party. Right. Now the first one, in case of defection in local government, the scope for the courts intervention is limited. This is correct statement. It is limited because the law is not there. Only handful states have the law. I think Kerala has, and I think this Rajasthan. And apart from that, I don't know whether any other states have. In general, they don't have. So if there are no laws, then the court cannot interpret. You cannot go to court saying that this person has defected. So as far as Schedule 10 is concerned, court have huge scope. That is why people are going to High Court and Supreme Court. But similarly, you cannot go because law is not there. Both statements are independently correct. But second statement is not the explanation of this. Both statements are independently correct, but this is not the explanation of this. What happened? Wait, in case of defection in local government, the scope for the court's intervention is limited. Why it is limited? There are two ways of looking at it. One is that no such law which deal with disqualification exists under 73rd and 74th Amendment Act. Under 73rd and 74th Amendment Act, if you see, no provision deals with that. So if there are no laws, there are no provisions in the Constitution which deal with defection under local governance, then the court cannot look into it. Second is that state legislatures have not dealt with this issue of defection. State legislatures have not dealt with the issue of defection. They have not brought any law except one or two which deal with defection. Because of there is no specific law dealing with defection in local government, court cannot look into it. Hypothetically speaking, 73rd and 74th Amendment Act dealt with defection. If, let's say, Part 9 and Part 9A of the Constitution, can you see any provision there with respect to defection? Can you see any provision with respect to defection in local government? Have you seen anything such word, any word with respect to defection in Lakshmikant? No. Which means that 73rd and 74th Amendment is silent on the issue of defection. 73rd and 74th Amendment Act is silent on the issue of defection. Yes or no? Yes or no? If there are provisions with respect to that in Constitution under 73rd and 74th, then the concerned court can look into the issue of defection. Yes or no? Because there are no express provision in the Constitution dealing with defection in local government, court's hands are tied. Because there are no express provision dealing with defection at the local level in the Constitution, courts' hands are tied in the sense that they cannot look into the issue of defection. Now you can say that as similar provisions given under Schedule 10, if such provisions are included in 73rd and 74th Amendment Act, then court could have looked into the issue of defection. As Schedule 10 is not applicable to local body governance, court's hands are tied. This is also an explanation. Now I want to ask you one thing, which is more appropriate? The scope for the court's intervention is limited in case of defection in local government because the 73rd and 74th Amendment Act does not deal with the issue of defection at local government. Or the court's scope for intervention in defection is very limited because Schedule 10 is not applicable to local government. If Schedule 10 is not applicable to local government, then there is no scope for intervention. If Schedule 10 is not applicable to local government, then the court can intervene or not. They cannot. Which means there is no scope. What is the word here? Limited. You see, Schedule 10 applicable to local body, Yes or no? No. No. Hence, defection under local government cannot be looked into by courts. There is no scope, underline, no. There is no scope for court intervention. There is no scope for court's intervention vis-a-vis defection in local government, as Schedule 10 is not applicable. If Schedule 10 is not applicable, then can you say that court will have limited scope? No, it has no scope. It has no scope. It has no scope. If statement is correct, this is limited scope. I am saying that this is not the explanation for this. Are you understanding what I am trying to say? Statement is correct, it has limited scope, true. Because you see, only 2-3 states have such laws dealing with defection at the local level. So courts are very, very limited. But the question is whether this limitation is due to, whether the limited scope is due to lack of application of Schedule 10. No. What is the meaning of limited scope? What is the meaning? Some scope. There is something. Some scope is there to intervene. Some cases can be gone to the court. The concerned court can look into some case of defection. But not all. Not majority. Some case. But if Schedule 10 is not applicable, then it cannot look into any case. And defection law under the kahan par? In case of election of local government. A law made by the state legislature can be challenged in the concerned High Court. State legislatures have made multiple laws dealing with election in local body. For example, Haryana legislature brought a law dealing with qualification. If you want to contest for the Panchayat, then you should have some qualification. And you should also have this number of children. You cannot have you can't have more number of children. So, two-child norm and educational qualifications are implemented through laws made by the state legislature. These laws have been challenged in the concerned High Court and in the Supreme Court. This can be done. And those laws are dealing with election or not. But the earlier question was with respect to dispute, election dispute. It's an election dispute. Election dispute means I am a contestant. I believe that this person who won the election won because of corruption. He was not qualified to contest. This is a dispute. This dispute, state government, state legislature by law will decide which is that authority. But election is a very big term. Election laws brought by the legislature to deal with the local government election can be challenged. Election dispute, the state legislature will institute a mechanism or a body or authority to deal with it. Its decision can be challenged in the High Court. Its decision can be challenged in the High Court. Are you getting what I am trying to say here? What is the answer? I am saying that because this is not applicable, court has no scope. No scope under this. That's what. That is why this statement is independently correct. The point I am trying to make is that both the statements are independently correct. So B should be the answer, not A. Both statements are independently correct. It has limited scope. True. But this is not the answer. If this is the reason, then it will have no scope. Limited scope and no scope. You see? Difference, na? Limited scope means some scope. What is the scope of you clearing the examination? Limited or unlimited, maybe, whatever that might be. So there is some scope. With it, some. But if the government of India decides that we are cancelling the UPSC examination, so you have no scope. That is what I am trying to explain here. It is true that you change that key. It is B, not A. If Schedule 10 is not applicable, it means it has no scope. It cannot intervene. Under any case, no, it cannot. समझ में आया कि नहीं आया भाई? A, not A, B. This is correct, this is correct. Both are independently correct. Can there be an option B? Yes, B, na? B is the answer. B is there. Some question requires some kind of intellectual inquiry. Don't worry, such difficult question will not be asked. But this is the last AIPMT. So we decided that let us bring something which pose some challenges to you. And I can guarantee that these questions are not that difficult if you see the previous AIPMT. But one or two questions we deliberately wanted to make it. Answer will be? Wait. Both statements are independently correct. Answer is B. Whether this statement explains this, whether this statement is the reason for that, that's the question should ask. Reason. Whether statement 2 is the reason. Whether statement 2 explains it. Explanation means reason. Whether statement 1 follows from statement 2, in other words. That is what you should look into. That is why this kind of questions are difficult. You see, UPSC has recently, although earlier, if you see, there were large number of questions. But for a considerable period of time, they stopped asking. But again, now they started asking such kind of questions. Clear? Very easy. Consider the following pairs regarding alternate dispute resolution mechanisms. Arbitration, conciliation, mediation. What is the answer? Arbitration procedure in which dispute is submitted by agreement of the parties to one or more arbitrators who make a binding decision on the dispute. Correct. Arbitration is binding. Arbitration. Conciliation, a non-binding procedure in which an impartial third party assists the parties to a dispute, etc., etc. Correct. Conciliation. Mediation, a non-binding procedure in which discussion between the parties are initiated by without the intervention of any third party with the object of arriving at negotiated settlement of the dispute. This is actually an explanation of negotiation, not mediation. Remember one thing. Arbitration is actually like a court proceeding. Arbitration. But the person will not be called an arbitrator. Sorry, a judge. The person who hears this case and who decides will be known as arbitrator. So I am the arbitrator and you are the parties to the dispute. And the decision of the arbitrator is binding only. Arbitration and Conciliation Act. There is an act under which these proceedings are conducted. Conciliation. In conciliation, what happens? Similarly, the formal setting will not be there. Very friendly setting, conciliation. But there will be a third party like me. I am a conciliator. You are sitting here. I come near you and discuss kya problem hai, what all this. I will also suggest solutions. Okay, you can do this, you can do that. Why don't you explore this option? This can be done in conciliation. In mediation, I will be there, but I will only remain here. I will not intervene in there. Third party will be there. Third party, which means dispute to party, two party, third party. Third party will be there, will be present, but only facilitate in the sense that pani mil raha hai, khana, light hai ki nahi hai, all those things. The fundamental idea behind the mediator is to provide a platform for you to discuss. He or she will not intervene. Third party will be there to see whether you are not attacking each other, etc., etc. This mediator. Arbitration is highly formal. Conciliation is less formal. Mediation is very much informal. Mediation. Conciliation is binding provided, see, depends. Conciliation will be binding provided you sign the conciliation agreement. I am a conciliator, I am sitting here and you decide, okay, we will resolve this issue. And then I have documented your decision and asked, okay, come and sign it. Once you sign, it becomes binding. Similarly, mediation. Until and unless the party consent to the decision, in conciliation and mediation, it is not binding. In arbitration, consent is not required. In negotiation, only those parties will, third party will not be there. Negotiation. Mediation Act 2023 was enacted by the Parliament. Very important, Mediation Act. This Mediation Act provided for pre-litigation mediation compulsory. In civil and commercial disputes, write down, civil and commercial disputes, if you want. Civil and commercial disputes, pre-litigation mediation is mandatory, as per Mediation Act 2023. Commercial. Criminal disputes, commercial. Criminal disputes are outside the purview of Mediation Act. Criminal disputes are outside the purview of Mediation Act. Pre-litigation mediation. मतलब कोर्ट में जाने से पहले mediation करो. Pre-litigation mediation is mandatory for civil and commercial disputes. Lok Adalat is the institution through which ADR is conducted. Lok Adalat is not ADR. Lok Adalat is the body, authority, institution, organization which conducts alternative dispute resolution. It does not deal with arbitration. Lok Adalat can deal with compoundable criminal cases. Compoundable criminal case. Compoundable means which can be compromised. So Lok Adalat deals with non-compoundable criminal cases also. No, not non-compoundable, compoundable criminal cases. Compoundable criminal cases. किसी ने छापड़ मार दी, कोई बात नहीं, चलेगा. Can be compromised. Like that. Compoundable criminal cases. Mediation. Lok Adalat deals with such cases, and the mechanism which it uses is conciliation or settlement. Conciliation or settlement is the mechanism through which Lok Adalat functions. Remember one thing, the distinction between conciliation and mediation has been done away with in Mediation Act 2023. Mediation Act 2023 has done away with the distinction between conciliation and mediation. The international practice is that conciliation and mediation is seen interchangeably. Conciliation and mediation is seen interchangeably, which is international practice. Conciliation and mediation difference does not exist at the international level. But in India it existed. But this Act, Mediation Act 2023, done away with this distinction of mediation and conciliation. Central government, state government, their agencies are also under the provisions of Mediation Act. But non-commercial disputes, Mediation Act will not be applicable to the central government or the state government in the context of non-commercial disputes. Non-commercial disputes, Mediation Act will not be applicable to who? Central government and state government. If true, Pratik, it is true. 6 months, it has to be extended. And there is no time limit. It can be extended. This is with respect to national emergency. National emergency initial period is 6 months. It can be extended 6 months at. No. There is no period here. It can be extended. That 3 years is for this presidential, this one, state emergency. State emergency. Presidential rule, 3 years maximum. As far as national emergency is concerned, no time period. But initially 6 months, it can be extended. Extended. Anything else you want to ask? Any doubt you want to ask, you can ask. What happened? Dimple, tell me. Jammu Kashmir is a UT, not a state. The purpose of converting the state into UT is to perpetuate this, according to scholars, not by me. Thank you so much. All the best to you.
So we will quickly start the economy discussion. Okay. So the first question is, with reference to technical recession, consider the following statements. So the statement 1 says, it occurs when there is a decline in output for 3 consecutive quarters. So recession economic downturn. So the output actually goes down. But why is it different from, how technical recession is different from a normal recession? technical recession is actually a kind of a recovery wherein the collapse has been attributed to a particular factor rather than a pure demand collapse. If there is demand collapse, then the economy enters into a recession. But if there is certain externalities that happen, and due to that there is certain quarters which lag behind in terms of the GDP growth rate, then that is termed as technical recession, because if that thing subsides, then the economy again resumes back to its full potential. So that is the idea. It is technically a recession but not in literal sense. So it's a technical recession all because of the statistical anomaly within a particular year, and that is very short term. That is the idea. The idea is, if we project the economic growth like this, and within it if there is certain downturn and again it zooms back to the recovery phase, this period is technical recession. The idea is, if you try to correlate with disease, a person having disease, a healthy person can also catch certain disease. It does not mean that the person is unhealthy by nature. It's all because of certain acute thing that got into the person that made him diseased. That was for short term. The same thing is applied to the economy. Due to certain aspects like COVID, like any property bubble, if those things lead to decline in output for few quarters, that is termed as technical recession. But the specific criteria is 2 quarters, not 3 consecutive quarters. If the decline is for 2 consecutive quarters in a particular year, so for the whole year, it may be so that the demand would again resume back to the normal, but within that year, there could be certain 2 quarters wherein the demand had collapsed, and that was the feature during the COVID times. So technical recession is something like that. So it is generally, so this becomes an incorrect statement. It is generally caused by a single event and is shorter in duration. This is a correct meaning, all because the demand in totality has not collapsed. If there is demand getting down for longer period, then it enters into recession. So India was at the brink of technical recession during COVID, because one quarter we had minus 23.9%, collapse of minus 23.9%, but in the next quarter we had certain positive. Had we again experienced negative growth rate, then we would have entered into a technical recession. But because it cannot be attributed as a full throttle recession, all because we are again coming back to the normalcy. So technical recession can happen to any economy. It could be attributed to any factor. Okay, so this becomes a correct statement. So B is the correct answer. So 12th question is, first we'll see the command. How many of the above are the likely effects of increase in financial inclusion? So basic idea is financial inclusion is increasing. Increase in the savings rate in the economy, obviously, because the economy gets formalized. People channelize their saving into bank accounts. That is the idea. Decrease in consumption activity, this is incorrect, all because if there is financial inclusion, it will lead to credit growth and demand in the economy. Decrease in socio-economic inequality in the country, this is correct. Increase in investment activity, obviously savings get channelized into investment. Okay. Not always, how?
Increasing the investment activity in a country. It is not necessary for the poor people
I'm not saying poor would be actually doing it. If they are saving, their money could be channelized by banks for any investment activities. That is the idea. If the poor are saving in their bank accounts, the poor might not be doing the investments on their own. Their money would get channelized for further rounds of investment by giving as credit or loans. That is the idea. That is the idea how loans are given. If there is savings, that gets deposited in banks and banks give loans on it. That is the idea. What is the problem with?
फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन की बात करते हैं, इंक्लूजन तो ऑल ओवर होना चाहिए, बट अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ है तो कहीं ना कहीं तो ऑर्डिनरी इंडस्ट्रीज उसका बेनिफिट उठा रहे हैं.
Why are you thinking that only private is the only private investments? Why are you not thinking that government can also use that fund for increasing investment? I'll put this thing in perspective. India's savings rate were down, but due to increasing bank accounts, our savings rate have again started picking up. It is reaching right about 28-29%. It had went down to 22-23%. And in sync with that, our investment rate has also picked up to 34%. The gap is all about the foreign investments, domestic saving and investments. If domestic saving gets increased, investment is about to get increased. This is the idea behind the ICOR, incremental capital output ratio, or Harrod-Domar model. You need to increase the savings rate, then only it will push the investments. And to increase the savings rate, you need to ensure financial inclusion. That is the idea behind bank account opening. Okay. So C. This is incorrect. C is the answer. If there is increase in savings rate for an economy like India, if you compare with an economy like Japan, Japan also has very high savings rate. The savings rate of Japan is roughly 53-54. In fact, sometimes it goes up to 60%. But their investment rates are very low. Their domestic investment rates are very low, but what they do, they go for foreign direct investments. That is why when they save more, that money is being given to India at low cost. Suppose Japan has given JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency. JICA is financing most of the projects in India. Many of the projects are getting financed. How are they getting the funds? They are getting the funds from Japanese, because Japanese want to have higher return on that. If they put that money in Japanese bank, it will fetch them not more than 2-3%. But JICA says, give the money to us, we'll put that money in foreign countries where the opportunities are bigger and will give you better returns. And in a way, the foreign funds inflows into India or emerging market. This is the only idea. Savings will pull investment. It is the first thing. We need to increase savings. But at the same time, the whole income, the idea is Y is equal to C plus I. Y is equal to C plus S. C means consumption plus savings. Y is total income. So it seems as consumption plus investment is equal to consumption plus savings. Investment is equal to savings, but in reality, it is roughly equal. All because there are certain things in all money that is saved is not channelized into investment. There is a concept of dis-saving and there are many other things also. So the idea is, if we try to save more, it will increase investment, but at the same time, it will reduce consumption. So we need to make a balance of it. But increase in investment, increase in savings rate is most likely to increase the investment in the economy. Okay. With reference to PCA plan or PCA framework, consider the following statements. It is a framework under which banks with weak financial matrix. So what could be those financial matrix? Financial matrix here are the parameters which define whether the bank is in a strong position or weak position. That could be the GNPAs, the gross NPAs, or it could be the leverage or amount or the proportion of loan as a proportion of capital which is with the bank, or it could be the capital which is being held with them, the high quality capital that is divided into tier 1 capital or tier 2 capital based on the Basel III norms. There are many other things. In fact, RBI also comes up with various other directives that you need to have this much amount of capital with you as a logged capital, so as to make sure that you can overcome the systemic risk if it comes up in the economy or in the banking system. So the idea is, if the particular bank has strong financials, they would have lower GNPAs, leverage would be within the way they can overcome it. Leverage means how much amount of money they can give loan as a proportion of money they have in terms of capital. At the same time, capital includes how much amount of reserves, means retained profits, retained earnings that they have kept with themselves. If they have higher proportion of reserves, that gives them the cushion to give more loans. So if a particular bank has good financials, they'll have good reserves, they'll have good profitability. The good profitability, a part would be given as dividend and some would be retained, because all the money is not given as the shared profits. Something is kept as reserves for the company, and that forms the part of capital for the particular bank. If they are having adequately placed, the capital adequacy ratio or the CAR is good, the bank is in a strong financial. If they have weak financial, all these parameters would be something like in a negative manner. So it is a framework. So this is a correct statement. The RBI monitors majorly 5 parameters. No, these are the 3 parameters. NPAs means asset quality. That is why when we had this Raghuram Rajan came, he had this asset quality review, AQR, because the banks were going for write-offs. So as to write-off is a provision, is a way of keeping those bad assets out of the balance sheets of the bank, to make sure that the provisioning costs are brought down. Provisioning means they need to keep aside a portion of the profit, so as to make sure that if the loan goes into a loss account, they can get the money out of the profits that they have earned. So if that particular bad loan is kept out of, you can say, the balance sheet, the provisioning cost goes down, but it does not mean the banking is not in a crisis. You're just camouflaging, you're just fudging the data by way of those statistical leverages that you have been given. You can go for these write-offs, but if that becomes the mainstream, wherein all the loans which are stressed, you try to write it off, it may create a systemic risk in the banking system. It may lead to banking failures. So that led to asset quality review, wherein banks made huge amounts of provisioning. Between 2016 to 2018, banks had negative profits. They were in losses. All the banks were in losses, because most of the profits that they generated were made for provisioning. But when this NPA went down, the provisioning cost also went down. Now they are reaping the dividend. They are getting huge profits. This year, from the public sector banks, only the government would be fetching around about 15,000 crore rupees as dividend. From the PSBs, the government would be getting 15,000 crore rupees. I'm not saying the RBI part. RBI will again give the dividend part. So roundabout, government would be getting more than 1 lakh crore rupees as dividend. So these are the parameters. So this becomes an incorrect. Lending operations are immediately prohibited. No. There are various thresholds, wherein the first line of attack is you need to stop the dividend. The profits, there are 2 types of profits. One is operational profit. What is the core activity? If it is generating any profit, and the other is net profit, wherein the net profit should also include the provisioning part. You need to deduct the provisioning part from the operational profit. So banks were generating operational profit because they were generating the margins, interest margins from lending and borrowing margins were better, but still the provisioning were very high. That led to negative profits. But what banks used to do to escape this, before that PCA framework, what they used to do, government used to ask dividend from the operational profit. So PCA was brought in to make sure that this dividend needs to be stopped. If it has to be given, only the sound, financially sound banks can only give those dividend. First you need to make the provision, then whatsoever is with you, then you can go for dividend. Rather than from operational profit, you first give the dividend, because government would be asking dividend. They are not bothered because they want money, they want public finance, they want to channelize the money. But what if banking collapse happens? So this PCA framework was brought in, wherein the monetary policy regulator RBI said you need to have these things, parameters, thresholds. If you breach these things, there would be even more restrictions in terms of reduction in dividend, expansion, or even they may be told to close down, temporarily restrict the lending activity. That would be the third step, because if the RBI immediately stops the lending activity, how could they come out of PCA framework? In the first step itself, if immediate their fodder, their bread and butter is lending, if RBI immediately stops this lending at the first place itself, how could they come? How could they generate profit? So they have different levels based on all these parameters. They have various parameters, these LCA, liquidity coverage ratio, CRAR, they monitor these things. Based on the data that they get, these restrictions are released. Okay, this does not immediately prohibits bank from lending activity. That is the obvious thing. अगर किसी को प्रॉब्लम किसी चीज से हो जाए, उसका मेन ही चीज को बंद कर दिया, तो कैसे वो बाहर आएगा उससे? ठीक है? So A is the correct answer. With reference to financial instruments, consider the following statements. Under the call money market, funds are transacted for the period between 2 to 14. No, call money is in overnight. Rather than saying one day, it should be overnight. Okay. Notice is 2 to 14. And the last is term money. More than 14 days, 15 plus. So this is an incorrect. Under the notice money, funds are transacted on overnight basis. This is also incorrect. Both are categorized as capital market instruments, money market instruments. So all three are incorrect. D is the correct answer. So this is a factual question. The Green Revolution was introduced in the 5th year plan. It was introduced in 1966-67 roughly, but that was not within any year plan because there was a plan holiday. All because we had back-to-back drought, back-to-back crop failure, back-to-back wars. So we were not in a position to plan for the economy for the next 5 years. So we resorted to 1 year planning. So those were planned holidays. Within that, we had these concepts of MSP and FCI. They were created within that period. Before launching this, we had started this MSP as guarantee program and FCI as the public distribution system, the main regulator of the public distributor system of food grains. This was within, I guess in 1965, these were introduced. Before, after this was created, we started Green Revolution. So this becomes an incorrect statement. The Monopolistic and Restrictive Trade Practice MRTP Act was introduced in the 4th 5-year plan. This is correct statement. In 1969, this was introduced to reduce the restrictive trade practices by artificially creating stock out situation by making sure that the demand is artificially jacked up to make sure the prices could be manipulated by way of artificial deliberately manipulating the demand and supply. MRTP Act. MRT licensing, industrial licensing एक अलग चीज थी. MRTP was all related to private sector. Private sector wherein monopoly is not created. But there were certain, this was more regulatory. But there were inherent problems, so Competition Act was created. It is more facilitatory. It creates, facilitates competition and it reduces monopoly. The idea is this reduces monopoly, but the main thing was we need to facilitate competition rather than be more restrictive towards monopoly reduce करना है. Both thing would be sounding similar. अगर हमने monopoly को restrict किया तो it would facilitate competition, but that is not the idea. Healthy competition and restricting monopolies are two different things if it is thrown in the open economy. There were inherent problems with MRTP Act was more regulatory, ज़्यादा over regulations were there. But after this, we had pledged these structural adjustment programs after the new economic policy of 1991. We started opening our economy and we abolished this with Competition Act, where we said that we won't be regulating economy. What we'll be regulating is healthy competition in the economy. Market dominance we won't be creating. Will not allow. That was the idea. So this was created in the 4th 5-year plan. This is correct. The midday meal scheme was introduced in 8th 5-year. This is also correct. 1995. Now midday meal scheme has been subsumed to another scheme that is known as Poshan. Now we do not have any scheme known as midday meal scheme. Earlier we had midday meal scheme for primary schools and Poshahar for those Anganwadi. Now we have created a holistic nutritional program wherein from age 3 till age 14 we are having an umbrella scheme known as Poshan Abhiyan. So it caters to the Anganwadi Kendra also, it caters to the primary schools also. Poshan Abhiyan. So this is also correct as per the context of the question. So B is the correct answer. A rise in cash reserve ratio decreases the money multiplier. This is correct because 1 upon CRR is the money multiplier. Okay. Money multiplier is the minimum amount, no? Maximum amount. Because the idea is to make sure there is no risk in the market. Why would there would be any restriction about minimum thing? It's all about the maximum thing. Else what would happen? The banks would try to lend every money that they have. And that may create a kind of bank run, or it may also lead to complete financial collapse. So this is an incorrect statement. C is the correct answer. Consider the following. How many of them are actually liabilities? Only 2. First and third. Advances are loans and loans are known as assets. What is an asset? That earns money. And what is a liability? Where you need to pay money. Gold deposits, I mean from the perspective, from the bank is taking gold deposit, it's a liability. It's not gold loan. Had it been gold loan, it would have been an asset. It's a gold deposit. Any deposit, any kind of deposit, any kind of demand draft. Demand draft is a kind of thing wherein the deposit is debited from the person who is paying to the payee. That becomes a liability in the meantime. How DD works? Actually, it is not in use in the current context. If a person wants to pay to another person, what would be the channel? Either they can issue check or they can issue this NEFT or RTGS. But if they want to make sure that the payment should happen at some future date, but they do not want to involve check, because check has this issue of bouncing. At the time of redemption of those check, it may so happen that the person does not have adequate amount in the bank account. So if DD is made, at the time of making DD, the amount gets debited from the person who is making DD, who wants to pay to another person. The money goes to an escrow account of the bank, and that becomes the liability of the bank for the time being, till it is not encashed. For the time being, till it is not in. Liability means the bank needs to pay it off. If anything goes bad with that particular DD, the bank is liable to pay them. But in case of advances, advance of loans, that is an asset. At the same time, investment that would generate some certain returns, that will earn money, that also becomes an asset. Any deposits needs to be paid with certain amount of return, deposit money. That becomes a liability. Got it? B is the correct answer. This FRP is paid to sugarcane farmers by the state government. This is incorrect, absurd. FRP is paid to sugarcane farmers by mill owners. Sugar mill owners needs to pay to sugarcane farmers, and that is a mandatory thing. That is under a specific order that is known as Sugar Cane Control Order 1966. That derives its power from Essential Commodity Act 1955. So the legislation behind this particular order is Essential Commodity Act 1955, and this specifically mandates the cane commissioner. There are sugarcane commissioner. If the money is not paid within 14 days, then the assets could be frozen, and that is why the state government comes to rescue. If the money, all because the sugar has a very long life cycle in terms of working capital. The money that is realized from the market for the sugar mill owners, it is very long. So if they are not paying the money to sugarcane farmers, their asset could be frozen, and their state government comes into picture. They try to bail it off. So sugar is under MSP, but sugarcane is under FRP. Both are recommended by CACP. Both are recommended by CACP. So MSP is given for 22 crops, but still there is one more crop known as sugar. Sugar also has MSP at 3100 rupees quintal, and that is fixed for the last 10 years. And there is an issue wherein the government is increasing FRP rate, but it is not increasing MSP rate, and that is leading to losses for the mill owners. MSP gives a signal for the market price. So market price of sugar has not risen. You asked this, the sugar prices. If you go and check, sugar prices were 30 rupees in 2008 and 9, and still 43, 42 rupees. But this FRP was 180 rupees in 2008 and 9, and it is 350, 360 rupees per quintal of sugarcane. So it has doubled, but the MSP has not even risen by 50%. So that is reducing the margins for mill owners, sugar mill owners, and that is creating an issue wherein FRP is regulated by a law, MSP is not regulated by law. This is the issue with sugarcane industry. Legally binding, but MSP is not legally binding. So who is at loss? Mill owners, because the prices in the market is not increasing, because MSP is not getting increased. Okay, both are decided on recommendation of CACP. This is correct. Apart from FRP, there is another price that is known as SAP. That also applies to sugarcane farmers. State advised price, wherein if some of the main states which grow sugarcane, the state governments also announces a price known as SAP that is generally higher than FRP, because that is a political issue. Obviously you need to please the farmers, so that becomes a political issue. That gives, so they give this SAP, at the same time they also back the farmers, mill owners. So in a way, state government, because agriculture is state subject, it tries to overrule the FRP segment. FRP पे कुछ होता ही नहीं, सब SAP पे ही होता है. ठीक है? So B is the correct answer. With reference to economy, which of the following best describes the term speculative attack? Speculation is all about related to trading, and trading could be any commodity. It could be stock. Here, speculative attack is more related to the currency. Currency manipulation is done by way of selling or buying of currencies so as to make sure they earn extra money. They deliberately try to sell off the domestic currency by way of depreciating it. Depreciate कर देते उस चीज को. ठीक है ना? And in a way that creates a burden for the foreign exchange market, wherein the regulator or the Reserve Bank needs to come up with a plan. They need to sell that money. Rupees depreciate होगी, dollars sell करना पड़ता है. That is why they have this close eye on this speculation in the currency market. Because stock market we have SEBI. In currency market it is largely RBI. RBI does this thing. Okay. So as to make sure, क्या होगा? Depreciation बहुत होगा. What would happen? RBI would need to sell more dollars. It would deplete the foreign exchange reserves at a faster rate. So to make sure that we do not run into any, you can say, foreign exchange reserve crisis, this is prohibited and this is regulated by RBI. What are the reasons behind? Speculative attack. See what happens if foreign investors try to have, see what happens if they have put their money in the Indian market and they know if they are ready to gain something by way of depreciation of Indian currency, they will try to sell off. They will try to pour in more Indian rupees by selling off their investments, and that would lead to, that is not backed up by any investment gain, that is all backed up by depreciation of rupees. क्या होता है ना, एक सिस्टम क्या होता है कि अगर कुछ हवा उठी, the currency is getting depreciated, the speculators will try to gain from the market by deliberately depreciating it to a very low level. Stock market में कभी short selling सुना है? The same thing happens. The same thing, short selling, the way short selling happens, wherein you try to deliberately manipulate by way of selling in bulk and again purchasing that thing at lower price, because you can manipulate those small, you can say those chota company jiska you are having the majority shares. The same thing applies to the currency market, where those who are trading in bulk in currency, those investment banks, those foreign FIIs, even the domestic institutional investors, they feel, if they feel that there is pressure on Indian currency to depreciate, they'll make it depreciate. If there is feeling of depreciation, they'll try to deliberately depreciate by way of selling more, by way of short selling. Try करेंगे उस पे, speculation होगा उसमें. ठीक है ना? वो bear grip market, same thing, but that is more related to the stock market. Here we are dealing with currency. $1000 था हाथ में at 83 rupees. 84 गया, 84,000 आएगा, और नीचे आएगा 85,000 आएगा, और जाएगा 86. You try to pull in, selling, keep on decreasing. You are gaining हजार रुपए हर $1000 पे. You will try to pull more dollars. I try to sell dollars बेचो. That will keep on depreciating the currency. And how RBI would counter it? Sell dollars. बोलेगा यार dollars को और market में दो. In a way, that would put pressure on RBI's foreign exchange reserves. They need to maintain the currency price, currency exchange rate. That gives a pressure, that puts a pressure, because those things are not being directed by the trade. Ideally, it should be free floating. Trade should govern how should be the exchange rate, but that is being done by speculators. एक को पकड़ा, उसी को ऊपर नीचे करके. That had happened in India in 2014. when Raghuram, 2013, wherein India's currency was in pressure all because the oil prices at that time went to $147 per barrel at that time, 2013. So at that time it was a pressure because we are largely importing country. We had pressure, our currency started depreciating, all because we had unfavorable trade of higher imports. Speculators also came into the party. Okay, the currency is at a pressure. We have a sense, we can smell certain margins, we can create certain margins. Speculators also came into play. At that time, RBI had this master class wherein RBI asked for NRIs to deposit their money in terms of those NRO account and NRE account. It led to more foreign money coming into it that arrested this fall of Indian rupees. From 62 to 68, it was within 6 to 7 months. Again, it got appreciated to 63. So this is how speculators come into picture. Okay. So A is the correct answer. So how many of the above factors can result in depreciation of the currency? How many of the above can lead to depreciation of the currency? This is highly improbable. What about this? Exactly, 1 and 3 is the correct answer. If there is rise in interest rate, that gives a margin, a probability of higher earning for foreign investor. They will try to pour in dollars into Indian market. That would lead to appreciation of rupees because of interest rate differentials. So this becomes incorrect. So 1 and 3 is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. 76th question is, it's a factual all about the new scheme that has been launched. So what is the idea behind this scheme? Why this scheme has been launched? PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. What is the idea behind this? Why the government has revamped this? We had this rooftop solar power plus solar scheme. Why the government has revamped this to a newer scheme? It's all about the mains perspective. So we had this plan of 100 gigawatt of solar power by 2022. We had this pledge in the earlier INDC also. We have just increased to 500 gigawatt by 2030. Renewables, we have excluded solar too. We have made it more broad based in terms of renewables by 500 gigawatt by 2030. But it has been found there was a mix of 60 gigawatt in terms of solar parks and 40 gigawatt was planned for rooftop. This is going good. We will exceed this target. Solar parks we are creating, solar farms, solar parks. We have many schemes and many planned projects. But rooftop, still we had only 9 gigawatt up till now. So we were massively behind the target. So the idea was to reach 30 gigawatt extra, we need to revamp the subsidy or the whole system of giving subsidy. So this PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana was created to make sure additional 30 gigawatt, because there is a shortfall of 30 gigawatt, additional 30 gigawatt of solar capacity through rooftop solar power plant could be created by way of incentivizing. So this is a correct statement, but it is not about interest free loan. It is all about collateral free loan. Idea is credit guarantee fund has been created. If the money gets defaulted, the government would repay it rather than giving at free. अगर free देने लग जाएंगे तो सब लेना start कर जाएगा. Exceed करके US भी बोलेगा we are also interested in this scheme. You are giving it for free. The whole world would be saying we can exceed in 5 months. If you have the capacity to pay, we are ready to take. Okay, so it's not free, interest free, it's collateral free at a lower interest. Okay, so this becomes incorrect. A is the correct answer. Got it? So there is a revamp wherein the subsidy has been increased. In terms, earlier the subsidy was I guess 20,000, it has increased to 30,000 per kilowatt. So there's a jump of 50% extra subsidy that they'll be getting. Apart from that, there's a credit guarantee fund. So final prints have not been yet been shared. There would be many amendments to it because it's a new scheme. It all depends on how it progresses. If somehow this target does not get increased, अगर वो 30 gigawatt में अभी देखा एक साल में 1 gigawatt भी नहीं बढ़ा, they'll try to modify the scheme. Okay. th question is, an indirect tax is regressive in nature. This is correct statement, all because it hits the lower income people more because of the high proportion of tax outgo in terms of the income. The burden of this tax cannot be shifted to another. This is incorrect, all because it can be passed on to the consumer, end consumer. So C is the correct answer. 78th question is, while small finance banks are established to promote financial inclusion in unbanked areas, payment banks are established to cater to urban areas. No, this is incorrect. Payment bank and small finance bank, both are known as differentiated bank. They try to give an additional layer to, you can say, all those unbanked regions, because RRBs are not performing well. Regional rural bank and the cooperative banking system, which was created to cater to the banking, it's not doing good. So another layer of banking known as differentiated banking has been created. But payment bank also need to cater to the rural areas. There is a mandate in terms of number of these branches or the outlets that they need to open in the rural areas. So this becomes an incorrect. While small finance banks cannot give loans, payment bank can give loans. This is incorrect. This can give loan. Small finance bank are similar to scheduled commercial bank, but the operations are smaller, on a smaller scale. But payments bank do not have their fodder, they cannot give loan. That is why they are failing. The idea behind why they are this payment bank, I don't know why they have created this payment bank. How can they earn money if they cannot give loans? How can they earn money just by getting commissions? At the same time, the RBI has come up with e-rupee. It has waived off UPI charges. Why a fool would give commission to payment bank? Suppose there's remittance through UPI, it's free of cost. Why would a person go to payment bank and get the money remitted and get exchange, and by giving money in terms of commission if there is another option? If you have option of UPI, why would you give money to DD? In DD, there's money that needs to be given as commission to banks. Why would a person give? That is why payment banks are bound to fail. Because the idea is they are not allowed to give any loan. अगर तुम main banking का main idea क्या interest margin, if they are not allowed to gain certain money, commission से कुछ पैसा नहीं आने वाला, कुछ नहीं होगा. That is why they are failing. Many of them have shut down. Actually, only 3-4 payment banks are actually Airtel Payment Bank, Jio, I guess 2, 3, 4 more, and all of them will fail. Some of them are backed up by tech companies. They will survive. Jio, they have the data. But पेमेंट बैंक में पेटीएम तो कम से कम करता भी, छोटे छोटे और भी बैंक जो फेल करेंगे. अभी लोन ही नहीं दोगे तो इट्स वेरी टफ फॉर देम टू सर्वाइव इन दिस बैंकिंग. बैंकिंग से बाहर कर दिया, बैंक नाम दे दिया. Consider the following statements. A lower subsidy outgo can give a boost to GDP because GDP at market price is GDP at basic price plus net indirect taxes or taxes on products minus subsidies. So if there is lower subsidy, more would be GDP at market price. So this is correct. GDP calculation excludes subsidies and includes taxes on products. This is correct. And A is the correct answer. Right? A. Okay. So the last question. All of them are under statutory, liquid ratio, mandated securities or other types of pledge. Either it could be cash with RBI or gold, or it could be dated securities in terms of government G-Secs or certain other private debentures. They are also allowed. Those sound companies, they have listed these. RBI has this listing wherein some of the private banks or private companies shares debentures are also allowed in terms of SLR. छोटे ऐसा नहीं कि शेल कंपनी के सिक्योरिटी पे लगा देंगे, बट दो साउंड कंपनीज ऑल्सो. एंड हाँ, टी बिल्स लेस देन 365. आइडियल इट इज 91 days, 182 and 364 days. And below that it is cash management bill, CMB. 0 to 90 or 1 to 90 it is cash management bill. Both are money market instruments, but dated securities generally start from 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30, 40, 50. These are government securities, G-Secs. Okay, they are known as dated securities because they have a fixed date of maturity. So all are state development loans. The same thing in the term of how the central government can come up with government securities. State governments are also allowed to raise money through developmental loans, SDL bonds, but there is a limit to it. There is a limit to it. It depends on the financial or fiscal prudence of that particular state. What is the state fiscal deficit? What is the GSDP, gross state domestic product? There are other parameters also. If they are able to service the debt that they are raising, the idea is they can raise debt, but have they the capacity to repay it back or not? They need to repay it back also. It's not a grant. So it depends on the fiscal space or the fiscal health of the particular state. So those are known as developmental loans, all because they are generally allowed for capital expenditure. They cannot say they are issuing loans for paying salaries. That becomes a badly managed fiscal space for the state. अगर कोई state बोले कि we are raising money because we are not in a position to give salaries to teachers, that is not SDL. But they are saying if they are training में लगाना है और building roads and bridges, SDL is allowed. हाँ, they are liquid. Liquid in the sense, their statutory liquid ratio is a ROM, SLR and CRR, that is allowed. Idea is SLR, that is also a kind of government backed. If SDL gets defaulted, the central government comes into rescue, and that is why there is a limit to it. Those are also sovereign. It is being issued by certain sovereign entity. State government is also kind of sovereign. It has certain powers as per the state lists. So it is also under the SLR quota. Okay, so this was all about the questions. It was relatively easy. The questions were relatively easy. The economy part, I guess 2-3 questions tweaking minor, maximum and minimum, 2-3 words were there. Apart from that, all the questions were relatively easy. So that is it from the economy. You'll have the history discussion after this.
Good evening. So now we are going to talk about the history section, right? We are going to discuss the questions from history section for AIPMT-6. So how was the qualitative questions? Good. Most of them were from basic sources. Some of the questions might be having higher difficulty level. That happens in every subject, and that is necessary. If you do well with these tests, I am sure you will do much better in the real test of the UPSC, isn't it? Oh, okay, no problem. So, question number 31 to 40 and question numbers 86 to 90 are devoted to history. We are going to talk about them. So, the first question is question number 31 with reference to the Nyaya school of philosophy. So, I am sure you would have studied different, we can say orthodox schools of philosophy related to Vedic tradition, Nyaya, Vaisheshik, Yog, Purva Mimamsa, Uttar Mimamsa, all these. So, one of them is Nyaya. With the reference to the Nyaya school of philosophy, consider the following statement. So, in the context of this, we have to consider these two statements and then find out what is the correct answer. So, the first statement is it believes in the process of logical reasoning to obtain salvation. Nyaya means logic only. So, this is correct. Means on the basis of logic or reason, you must reach a conclusion. You should not believe anything just like that. You should try to test it, verify it. This is also the basis of scientific method in a way, right? So, this statement is correct. Second is, it only accepted perception and inference as sources of valid knowledge. This is partially correct, not fully true. This is more true in the context of Sankhya philosophy, where it says that perception and inference should be valid sources of knowledge. It adds two more things to it. What are they? They are called four pramanas or what you can say valid presentations. First is perception, second is inference, third one is comparison or analogy, and the fourth one is word or testimony. So, sometimes you can through analogy also verify things or gain knowledge. Similarly, if somebody has said something in the past based on his experience and it can be used as a testimony. For example, Yoga Sutra was written by Patanjali. Other people have followed yoga after him on the basis of that source. What is that? That is word or testimony. Yoga Sutra acting as a testimony for others. And they are practicing the 8 aspects of yoga. Yam, Niyam, Pranayam, etc. Right? Last one is Samadhi. So, this is how this is not fully correct, and therefore, because here that word it only that comes in. So, we can say which of the statements given above is correct? One only. Answer becomes A. Right? And who gave this Nyaya school? Who gave this philosophy? Gautam. And Sankhya was, Vaisheshik was given by, sorry, it was about Vaisheshik, sorry, I wrongly said Sankhya. So, who gave Vaisheshik? You should be knowing the names of 6 philosophies and their founders, right? Patanjali, Kapil, Kanad, Vadrayan are some names. Now, match them with different schools of philosophy, right? So, now we go to the next question, question number 32. There are 2 statements given, and then you have to identify the correct answer based on these 4 options. So, consider the following statements. It is in the context of modern Indian history, especially Home Rule movement. So, statement 1 is saying that Home Rule movement, what is the time period of Home Rule movement? 1916 to 1917, was India's response to the First World War. If you have studied this topic from any valid, a good source, you will see that it was in the context of First World War that some leaders thought of making a demand for home rule. The idea of home rule was first, or this word terminology was given by Annie Besant. She was herself a lady of Irish origin. है ना? Ireland was also fighting for this kind of demand, home rule. And then the first person to form such a league was Bal Gangadhar Tilak. He formed a home rule league in April 1916, while in September 1916, Annie Besant formed the second home rule. Together, they covered the entire India through their what you can say tours, interacting with the public and talking about the importance of home rule. है ना? So statement 1 is correct, that in a way it was a response to the First World War. Why it was a response to First World War? Because many of the nationalist leaders in the background of Congress not acting as a leading body for nationalist movement or mass activity, because it was split during the Surat session in 1907. Since then, it has become what you can say redundant or devoid of mass activity. So the nationalist leadership felt this is the opportunity to pressurize British and demand home. Why? Because First World War is creating a situation of difficulty for the masses, and that energy of the masses in the form of mass unrest can be channelized to pressurize the British and demand home. How that pressure, this mass unrest was building? Because masses were facing different kinds of taxes, cesses imposed on them, so that British could increase their sources of income and use that money to fund the First World War. है ना? Second thing, when a person is having the same income or income is reducing, but he is paying more taxes, what will happen? Things will become costlier for him, and it will lead to some kind of inflation. So inflation and taxation, excessive taxation, both these things increase the difficulties of the masses, and masses felt, or the leadership, the nationalist leader felt that mass activity can be revived and used to serve the cause of home rule during the first scenario of First World War. So what is the second statement? Indian people faced hardships caused by high taxation and rise in prices, you can say inflation, of goods during the First World War. This statement is also true. Both the statements are correct. Now, does this statement explains the statement 1? In a way, yes. So the most probable or correct answer would be A. Which one of the following is correct in respect of the above statements? We can simply say that both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 is explaining enough statement 1, right? Now we go to the next question. Question number 33. So what it is saying? In the context of administration of Bahmani kingdom, so it is from medieval India. Bahmani kingdom was founded in 1347 AD by Alauddin Hasan Gangu Bahman Shah. Bahman Shah was the title. From there he gets this, this kingdom gets the name. And finally it was disintegrated. The disintegration started in 1490 and it led to 5 successor states. What were they? Ahmednagar, Berar, Bidar, then Golconda and Bijapur, right? So, in the context of administration of Bahmani kingdom, consider the following statements. So, 3 statements are given and you have to identify how many of them are correct. So, statement 1, what it is saying? Now, there are small words, subtle things. If you can catch them, you will be getting the right answer. Otherwise, you will be confused and you might attempt the things wrongly. So, you might commit a mistake, I mean to say. During the rule of Bahmani kingdom, nobility was divided into Khanzada and Afakis. Is it true or not? Afakis were the people who were generally of foreign origin. Mahmud Gama from Iran, of Persian origin, was an important personality, right? He contributed a lot in the administrative organization of Bahmani kingdom and education and other areas. So he was one of the Afakis. Khanzadas, there is no term used in the context of different factions of in nobility. In the context of Bahmani kingdom, the other word was Deccanese, people who were of native origin. They were called Deccanese, from Deccan or south of Vindhyachal. So this is wrong, and therefore this statement becomes wrong. One word can change the meaning of the entire sentence. You have to be very careful about this, right? Now, second, for administrative purposes, the Bahmani kingdom was divided into 4 tarafs. This term you would have heard about. The Marathas also adopted it, right? Taraf, all provinces headed by amirs. Mahmud Gama has conquered many territories, including Goa, for the Bahmanis, and then he organized them into different territorial units or provinces called tarafs. The head of the taraf was headed by amirs. Amir is the common word used for nobility or nobles. It was headed by either tarafdar or subedar. That was the term. So this also becomes wrong. This statement is also wrong. Okay. The provincial heads during the time of Shivaji also of the Maratha territory were also called tarafdars. Hai na? For the measurement of land, Shivaji Maharaj adopted the term kathi. Kathi was used by the Bahmanis also as a unit of measurement of land, right? Peshwa was the word used by the Bahmanis, which was borrowed by the Marathas also. Why? Because Shahaji has served in one of the successor states as an important official, that was Bijapur, which was ruled by or founded by Adil Shahi dynasty, right? So these are not tough things. Don't try to mug up things in history. Just try to understand and use logically things as you use in physics, mathematics, etc. by making flowcharts or some kind of sequences, right? That is what you have to do. Being a science graduate myself, I can say that science helps a lot in understanding social science, isn't it? So anyways, so 2 statements are wrong. Third, let us see whether it is correct or not. Bahmani rulers were influenced by the Iqtidari system of administration from the Delhi Sultanate. This is true. Now you have to understand what is Iqtidari system. Iqta is the word used, or the system was evolved during the time of the second ruler of Delhi Sultanate, Iltutmish, who was the slave and son-in-law of Qutbuddin Aibak. He is said to be the real founder of Delhi Sultanate because he shifted capital from Lahore to Delhi. And he created a body called Chahalgani or Chalisha, 4 trusted people as nobles who were also slaves of Iltutmish or Altamash, right? And they were appointed as Iqtadars. Iqta means a territorial unit which the responsibility of which has been assigned to one of these nobles who will be looking after, who will raise troops also, who will collect taxes also, maintain law and order also. So many responsibilities. It is something similar to governor, but not a totally civilian position. It is having some military responsibilities also. As you see in the case of Mansabdars during Akbar's time or Mughal period. Mansabdars were having either dual roles, civil and military, sometimes only military role, sometimes only civilian role. But generally they were having duality of roles, isn't it? Both kind of responsibilities were there, civil and military. So Iqtidari system influenced the Bahmanis and they tried to evolve the similar kind of administrative system, appointing nobles as the heads of territorial units or in charge of military or having military and civilian responsibilities, right? So to that extent, this is true. So what will be the answer? How many of the statements given above are correct? So 2 are wrong, 1 is correct. What will be the answer? Only 1, A. Okay. Now we go to the next question. Question number 34. This question is simple, provided you understand it correctly. In the context of ancient India, the terms, it is not Nishaka, it's Nishk. Nishk and Satman refer to what? Nishk word पहली बार कहाँ इस्तेमाल होता है? You hear it about it for the first time in Vedic literature. Nishka is the word used for gold ornaments, but finally gold is also mentioned there to be used. Generally, barter system was used to exchange goods. They were not having a very well thriving currency, but they sometimes used this word Nishk for gold as a unit of currency exchange. Later we hear this word used for proper currency during the period of 16 Mahajanpadas, post-Vedic period. Nishk. So Nishk, sometimes that same unit was also called Satman. You can compare Nishk with what you call today's gold biscuits or something like that. So you were having coins, not the standardized ones. They will come into existence much later. For the first time you hear about coins in some form, they are punch marked coins, pre-Mauryan and Mauryan period, right? They were made of gold, silver and copper, but the biggest amount was that of silver. Silver coins were called Karshpan, and the copper coins were called Kakini, right? And gold coins were sometimes called Nishk or Sat, right? Finally, this term in ancient period is related to coins only, currency, right? So now we go to the next question, question number 35. Now there are pairs given, and you have to see how many of the above pairs are correctly matched. So, Navkalevar festival, is it celebrated in Odisha? Associated state and festival of fair you have to mention. Have you heard about the term Navkalevar? Navkalevar means acquiring something new. Here it is related to new body. In Jagannath Puri, after every few years, depending on the Muhurat, the idols made from neem wood are replaced with the old idols of Krishna, Subhadra and Balram are replaced with the new idols. That festival, that occasion is called Navkalevar festival, right? So it is related to Odisha, correct. Tyagaraj Aradhana. Tyagaraj is one of the three important personalities of Carnatic music. Carnatic music originates in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. Because it is said that in Karnataka, you might identify it with Karnataka only, right? So Tyagaraj, his what you can say anniversary, I think, is celebrated this particular day, and I would say it is more related to his day of samadhi or bringing the life to an end. And so that celebration is called Tyagaraj Aradhana, and it is celebrated generally in Tamil Nadu plus Andhra Pradesh, not Karnataka. So this is wrongly matched. This is correct, this is wrong. Sarhul. Hul word you have heard somewhere? For which tribal movement the word Hul was used? You have studied it in class 12th history book, New NCERT also. Very well, in detail it has been given. It was just before it, the revolt of 1857. Santhal rebellion, right? So, Sarhul is basically nothing but the new tribal new year, celebrated by many tribes like Munda, Ho, etc. in Odisha and nearby states, Jharkhand and all, right? It is not in Rajasthan. This is wrong. It is related to Jharkhand, West Bengal, etc. Clear? Then comes Sagadawa. What is it? It is a festival related to celebration of or commemoration of Buddha's birth, death and enlightenment, which happens on the same day. The followers of Buddhism visit monasteries. They, what you can say, offer incense sticks, bhog, some food or water to Buddha as God. This is done in Sikkim, and this is therefore this is true. That's why this is also called what you can say triple blessing, festival of triple blessings, 3 blessings, right? So, how many of the above pairs are correctly matched? Answer is B, only 2. 2 and 3 are wrong, 1 and 4 are correct. Clear? Now, we go to the 36th question. Now, there are 5 terms given. Consider the following: Moolasangh, Terapanth, Theravadins, Mahasangika, Sarvastivad or Sarvastivadins. How many of the above among these are related to, how many of them are sects of Buddhism? So, how many times you have studied or heard about? Tell me. Okay, Mahasangika you have heard, Sarvastivadi you have heard, This was the first sect formed in Buddhism. Then comes the others. This was the precursor of Mahayana Buddhism. Sarvastivadins separated from Theravadins. Theravadins stuck to original teachings of Buddha, and they in a way relate to more to Hinayana. Right? So these three are correct. Therapant and Mool Sangha are more related to Jainism. So what would be the answer? How many of the above are among the sects of Buddhism? Only 3. ठीक है, तो कोई अच्छी सोर्स आइडेंटिफाई करके जहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्टिव इंफॉर्मेशन अच्छे से दी गई हो वो पढ़ो और बेसिक टेक्स्ट पढ़ो. दैट इज द वे, देयर इज नो अदर वे, है ना. देन कम्स द क्वेश्चन नंबर 37. मॉडर्न इंडियन हिस्ट्री से ये क्वेश्चन है. लेट अस सी व्हाट इट इज ऑल अबाउट. अब देखिए यहाँ पे एक पैराग्राफ है, स्टेटमेंट दिया गया है और आपको रिलेट करना है इसको इनमें से किसी एक ऑप्शन से. सो व्हाट इज इट सेइंग? द एक्ट मतलब सम लॉ इंट्रोड्यूस्ड सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट्स फॉर द मुस्लिम्स. इमीडिएटली समथिंग शुड कम टू योर माइंड, है ना. एंड इंडियंस वर गिवन मेंबरशिप ऑफ द Imperial Legislative Council for the first time. Satyendra Sinha became the first Indian member of the Viceroy's Executive Council. Legislative Council is law-making body. Executive Council could be a part of it, many of the members, but it is more of performing executive function. Viceroy and certain members makes the Executive Council. Viceroy, Executive Council, and plus some more members makes the Legislative Council. As is today, our Parliament is having Executive as a part of the Legislature, isn't it? The ministers could be from Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha. They are part of the legislature also, but they are part of the executive also. Correct? That. So, which could be the right answer? Which of the following acts is being mentioned in the above paragraph? All these 4 acts were passed by the British Parliament. Which one? It is clearly Indian Councils Act 1909, and this became a clear-cut act depicting the British tendency of divide and rule Indians, where they are giving separate electorates for Muslims on the basis of communal idea. League has been formed in 1906. 1909, they are giving this, right? Before that, Bengal has been partitioned on the basis of same idea in 1905. So this is going on, and I do not know why Indians could not recognize or read this. If they recognize this, why they were not vocal about it? If they were vocal, why their statements were loaded on one side, not on the other side? Why they were not balanced enough? That is the question. Or were we playing in the hands of the British? Or Britishers were playing us against each other? Something was there, isn't it? That is to be identified. So, Government of India Act 1919 was a mini constitution in itself, and it gave the idea of diarchy, where and there were 2 kinds of subjects also given. One was transfer subjects, others were reserve subjects, which clearly showed that governor and his officials were not directly responsible to the legislature, but the Indians who were given certain portfolios were responsible to the legislature. That was the diarchy, you know. And that was not liked by the Indians, and that's why they protested against it when Simon Commission came. Due to the nature of the Simon Commission also they protested, and they demanded provisional autonomy. That was given in the Government of India Act 1935, right? And many of the provisions of today's constitution are inspired by this, as well as Nehru report, right? So anyways, now we go to the 38th question. Which of the following was the objective of the Deepavali declaration? Now you should be knowing what is Deepavali declaration, why this name is given, what could be the context. Deepavali, like giving something which brings light to your life. This was a declaration made in February 1929 by the then Viceroy, Lord Irwin, where he said that Indians will be given, we will discuss this dominant status, where? In the round table conference. And you will see after this will happen the talks between Gandhi and Irwin, facilitated by the liberals like Tej Bahadur Sapru and Bholabhai Desai. who has parted ways from Congress. They were earlier called moderates in 1918, right? And they were more pro-British. And then it led to what? Gandhi-Arvind Pact or Delhi Pact in 1931. And finally, Congress suspended the civil disobedience movement and agreed to send Gandhi as its sole representative to participate in the second round table conference. Okay? So, this is the right answer. A simple question. The only thing is these words. This is also called Irwin Declaration, right? Now, we go to the 39th question. So, there are certain two statements given again, and you have to see what is the connection between them and which is the right option. So, statement 1, it is about Sangam age basically. The question is about Sangam age. Hai na? So, first statement is the military administration during Sangam age did not possess regular army and was dependent on feudal aristocracy. The element of feudalism is not visible in ancient times. It comes in medieval times. This element is more related with Samantwad of North India or Naikar system of Vijayanagar. This is not present in ancient times. Sangam literature does not tell us or show us that the important dynasties like Cholas, the rulers of Chola, Chera, Satyaput, or sorry, you can say Pandya dynasty were thriving on the support of some feudal people. To when it comes to war, they will bring their armies. Aisa nahi tha. The reality was they were having their own standing armies. So this statement becomes wrong, right? Now the second statement, one of the major sources of filling the royal treasury, means state income you can say, during the Sangam period age was the booty captured in wars. Yes, there are many wars mentioned during the Sangam age, and this was one source. And they have mentioned clearly that he has won a lot of wealth and all those things and cherished as a hero. Senu Guttuvan or somebody, hai na? Nedun Cherian, such rulers. So land revenue and tax on foreign trade was the major sources of income. Booty was another major source of income or the source of filling the royal treasury. And this is true. So what becomes the answer? Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. D is the answer. Okay? Some questions will be thought-provoking and sometimes pushing you to the limits, and you might be irritated also. That's fine, right? This is how the nature of the exam is. Then question number 40. Which of the following is not one of the reforms undertaken by Governor General Lord Cornwallis? He is known for different kind of reforms, whether it was related to civil services, police, judiciary, even introduction of permanent settlement or zamindari system. But which one of them is not associated with him? We have to identify. He established a division of the 3 service branches, commercial, judicial and revenue. Abhi maine bataya. He tried to bring such reforms. That's true. He relaxed restrictions in journalistic freedom and earned the title Liberator of the Indian Press. Liberator of the Indian Press is used for 2 personalities during British rule. Charles Metcalfe, 1835, and much later, Lord Ripon. Right? So it is not related to Cornwallis. It becomes, so which of the following is not one of the reforms? This is the answer. So this is associated with him. He introduced the permanent settlement. This is associated with him. Lord Cornwallis, he established rules related to civil service or increasing the efficiency of civil service. That is also true. This is not. This is the answer. Right? So B becomes, it is an easy question relatively, I would say. अगर आपने ढंग से पढ़े हैं, अलग से आप लोग वाइसरॉय और गवर्नर्स के बारे में जब पढ़ते हो, तो you should be remembering these points. What are their achievements, contributions, or important developments during their times? And I think all of you have got that book Spectrum. It has a separate chapter or appendix in the end. How thoroughly you have read it, I don't know. Otherwise also, important governor generals are mentioned time and again when you are studying modern Indian history, right? So Dalhousie you cannot ignore, Canning you cannot ignore, Cornwallis you cannot ignore, Wellesley you cannot ignore, can you? William Bentinck you can't ignore. There are certain names. Warren Hastings, Clive, governors, governor generals of Bengal, then India, then vice versa. ठीक है? Then we go to the next topic, that next question, 86 to 90 question numbers we are going to discuss. This is an interesting question. Nowhere they have mentioned Azad Hind Fauj, right? But somehow it will relate with this. So with reference to the Battle of Imphal, consider the following statements. थोड़ा difficult है, थोड़ा आज़ाद हिंद फौज को लोग वैसे ज़्यादा पढ़ते नहीं है, यहाँ फिर उतना वेटेज दिया नहीं गया है हमारे सिलेबस में जो कि देना चाहिए, और तब आपको पता लगेगा, यहाँ सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर पढ़ रहे हो तो ये जो एलाइड वर्सेस एक्सेस पावर्स, तो आप उस, और जब थिएटर उसका जो है साउथ ईस्ट एशिया होगा तो आप ज़्यादा समझ पाएंगे, है ना. सो इट वॉज फॉट ड्यूरिंग द वर्ल्ड वॉर सेकेंड, दैट्स ट्रू, 1944 is the year, right? And the time period for World War II is 1939 to 1945, between the British Indian Army and the Japanese Imperial Army. It supported even the Azad Hind Fauj. Is it so or not? Right? So the theatre was, it is part of larger Burma campaign. Why? The Japanese think if they acquire Kohima and Imphal, they will be able to cut off the British influence in Burma, which was also part of British rule, from India. And they will be able to bring that territory under their imperial designs and exploit Southeast Asia for their cause, the Japanese. They gave the slogan, Asia for Asians. So the Europeans should not be present here. So which aimed to repel the Japanese invasion of India and eventually drive them out. The British had the same, that we should start a campaign and get the Japanese out from here, right? And we should also punish the Indians who had left the Azad Hind Fauj and who are joining or seeking support, forming the Azad Hind Fauj of the Japanese Imperial Army. So this is also true. The battle is often referred to as the Stalingrad of the East. Why? Because what happened to Germany in Stalingrad from Russia, some kind of thing happened to the Japanese also from the British side in this campaign. That's why this terminology used, means Japanese could not extend their influence over Imphal and Kohima and therefore in India. But still that danger was looming large over India, and that's why Gandhi gave a call. What? Quit India. Do or die. Why? And the British labeled him as the anarchist. Why? Because Gandhi was in favor of the British leaving India at its own, what you can say, at God's will. Please leave because your presence in India is acting as a bait for the Japanese aggression against India or Japanese attack on India. If you leave, we will take care of our own. Then Britishers are not present in India, then Japanese might not be attracted that much towards India. But that was not necessary that things would happen that way, right? So, Stalingrad is a place in Russia, and see what happened, why this place is important, and why anybody who want to enter Russia from this area in the months of January or February, it acts as the enemy of the invading forces. Why? It's full of, if you want to, you have to go through this place, where if you want to go to Moscow, it is full of what we can say snow and cold temperature. Most of the soldiers will die of the enemy due to lack of supply of food and other things. The Russians have to do only one thing, cut their supplies. Rest the extreme winter will take care of. Okay? So all the three are correct. How many of the statements given above are correct? All three. थोड़ा सा आप डिटेल में जाके घर पे पढ़िएगा. Most probably we would have explained it in detail in our explanations also. तो आप जो explanations आपको मिलेंगी उनको भी देख लीजिएगा एक बार. ठीक है. Then उसके बाद you must be curious enough to know more by searching at Google if you don't have any book as such. Google will provide you more answer, and you can always come back and enlighten us as well. Dialogue होना चाहिए ना, monologue नहीं होना चाहिए. So अब हम सारी स्पून फीडिंग अगर आपको कर देंगे, सब कुछ बता देंगे, तो फिर आप जाके घर पे मुझे मालूम है पढ़ोगे नहीं, क्यूरियस नहीं रहोगे. Curiosity should be there. 87 question. Again, pairs are given and you have to find out how many of them are correctly matched. See, Sikh gurus are mentioned over here, 3, and the places associated with them. Whether this association is correct or not, you have to find out. Guru Angad, who was he? The second Sikh guru who shifted his center of activity from Kartarpur to Khadur. Why? He was opposed by Guru Nanak's sons. So this is correct. मुझे मालूम है ये आपने ज़्यादा नहीं पढ़ा होगा, सिखिज्म के बारे में लोग ज़्यादा पढ़ते नहीं है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा होता है तो क्या सिख गुरुज के बारे में थोड़ा थोड़ा पढ़ लेते हैं, और वो भी पासिंग तरीका का होता है. अगर पंजाब पीछे से आप दे रहे होते तो आपने ज़्यादा डिटेल में पढ़ा होता है ना, तो नॉलेज भी ज़्यादा इन डेप्थ होती है ना. सो गुरु अमरदास, ही वॉज द सेकेंड और थर्ड सिख गुरु. फर्स्ट इज गुरु नानक जी, सेकेंड इज गुरु अंगद जी, एंड थर्ड वन इज गुरु अमरदास. सो गोइंदवाल और गोविंदवाल इज एसोसिएटेड विद हिम, ठीक है ना. And the third one, Kartarpur corridor, you know about, is related to Guru Nanak's life. So all 3 are correctly matched. Answer becomes C. कभी कभी बिल्कुल सिंपल आंसर्स मैच किए हुए होते हैं, अगर आपने पढ़ा होगा तो 1 मिनट में क्लिक कर दोगे, ठीक कर दोगे, नहीं पढ़ा है तो फिर कंफ्यूजन होगा कि नहीं. यही होता है कि नहीं. 2-3 क्वेश्चन ऐसे गए जिनमें सारे ठीक मैच हैं, लेकिन अगर आपने पढ़ाई नहीं की है तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी फिर भी, ठीक है. Now 88th question. Statements. Consider the following statements regarding Desai-Liaquat Pact. Desai-Liaquat Pact का बेसिक आइडिया आपको होना चाहिए, तो आप ये ठीक कर लोगे, अदरवाइज गड़बड़ हो जाएगी. क्या था Desai-Liaquat Pact में? अच्छा, who was Bhulabhai Desai? He was the leader of the Congress in the Imperial Legislative Council or Central Legislature, while Liaquat Ali Khan was the deputy leader or the second important leader of Muslim League. He was part of the Imperial Legislative Council also. These two people talk to each other and reach a pact. Why? To break the ice between the Congress and the League, so that there is some kind of communication starting, and that could facilitate the journey of India's independence. So they come to an agreement that almost equal number of seats will be dedicated to both League and Congress in the central legislature. But that was rejected by both. None of them accepted it. And Jinnah was very angry with Liaquat Ali Khan. He got to know about it from a newspaper, and he said, how come without my knowledge you was able to reach such an agreement? This is not acceptable. So it proposed for Indian self-rule with separate representation of Muslims, ऐसा कुछ क्या कहना चाहिए, for Muslims, reducing majority powers for both communities in their majority regions. ये second part ठीक नहीं, ठीक है. He is proposing equal seats. It proposed for Muslims and Hindus or Congress. This was the idea, ठीक है ना. हाँ, तभी तो गलत हो गया ना. Reducing majority powers for both communities. ऐसा कहाँ हो रहा है? एक की बढ़ रही है, एक की घट रही है. आपकी 1/3 पॉपुलेशन है और आप 50% रिप्रेजेंटेशन मांग रहे हो, तो वो एक्सेप्टेबल. Then it should be clearly stated there, ना. It was not stated in the pact as such. That is also important thing. Pact वो है सही कि नहीं, ये तो देखना आपने. लियाकत अली और इसका जो पैक्ट है उसमें क्या कहा गया, ये पता होना चाहिए ना आपको. So this is not mentioned there, and they are not talking about separate electorate or representation of Muslims as such. They are talking about representation of the League and the Congress as two bodies. Is not clear? Are you understanding? So एक तो ये गलत हो गया. यही तो चीज होती है समझने वाली, ठीक है. Then this pact was accepted by both the Congress and the League. मैंने आपको बताया, किसी ने एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया. हाँ, बट इससे एक रास्ता खुला बातचीत का, किसमें? मुस्लिम लीग और कांग्रेस के बीच में. और जब Wavell came up with his plan to form an interim government, means expansion of Viceroy's Executive Council or reforming it, it will act as an interim government under the Government of India Act 1935, where Indians will have many portfolios. Then he organizes a conference in June 1945 in Shimla, where League and Congress and other political representatives participate, but it does not succeed. So, but in a way, it facilitated the path for Shimla conference. That is true. आप देखेंगे ना, एक सीरियल में चीजें हो रही हैं. सी राजगोपालाचारी फॉर्मूला, then this, then Wavell plan, then Shimla conference, then comes what? Naval mutiny, and then cabinet mission. Sequence में जाइए, ठीक है. So that way it is true. So how many of the statements given above are correct? We can say only one. So A is the answer. Now we go to the second last question for today. That is, again, they have given some kind of paragraph and you have to identify with which one of them it relates correctly. So this system of land revenue, it is talking about a system of land revenue collection, was instituted by Akbar to alleviate or to remove the problems caused by yearly price fixing. हर साल आप assessment करें, फिर fix करें कि state का कितना share होगा, बहुत complex problem हो जाएगा और time taking भी होगा. And revenue settlements under this system, तो उसको overcome करने के लिए क्या किया गया? एक system evolve किया गया. और वो किसने किया? टोडरमल ने किया. He was the Diwan or the finance minister of Akbar. Under this system, average yield of 10 years, मतलब the average production of 10 years is calculated, and out of that average, मान लीजिए हर साल 10 किलो अनाज हो रहा है एक खेत में, तो 10 साल के अंदर कितना होगा? 100 किलो. 100 का एवरेज निकाला 10 kg पर ईयर. उसका 1/3 कितना होगा? 3.33. 3 kg 330 grams should be given to the state. 2/3 जो बचा, that should go to remain with the farmer. That was the idea. Was calculated and 1/3 of this average produce was fixed in rupees per biga and fixed as a state share. State का share को कहते थे माल, ठीक है. The remaining 2/3 share was left to the cultivators. उस share को जो cultivator का उसको कहते थे खराज, ठीक है. तो ये किसके बारे में ठीक है? अगर आपको एक वर्ड याद आ रहा है दाहशाला, then you'll understand. दाहशाला was the system evolved by टोडरमल. दाहशाला का मतलब 10 साल, 10 साल का एवरेज निकाल के आप फिक्स करते हो स्टेट का शेयर. दैट वाज अनदर नेम फॉर जब्ती सिस्टम. जब्ती सिस्टम को ही दाहशाला सिस्टम कहते हैं, ठीक है. दैट इज द मनसबदारी इज अ सिस्टम ऑफ गवर्नेंस assigning responsibilities, military and civil, to different nobles in the hierarchy. It comes into existence during the time of Akbar, right? गल्ला बख्शी is another system of revenue collection. गल्ला बख्शी का मतलब क्या है? गल्ला का मतलब क्या होता है आप जानते हैं? When crop is not yet not necessarily threshed generally, तो आपने हार्वेस्ट की, गल्ला मतलब वो फसल और बीज, वो मतलब पूरा स्टेम पौधा पड़ा हुआ है बांध के खेत में, वहां रफली डिसाइड कर लिया कि कितना स्टेट का शेयर होगा इसमें से और कितना आपका शेयर होगा. फिर उसके बाद थ्रेश कर लिया, एक तरीका हो सकता है थ्रेश कर लिया उसके बाद डिसाइड कर लिया या थ्रेश करने से पहले डिसाइड कर लिया. दैट इज कॉल्ड गल्ला बख्शी. गल्ला बेसिकली क्रॉप के लिए वर्ड यूज होता था, ठीक है. देन अनदर सिस्टम वाज नसक सिस्टम. इट माइट हैव बीन एक्सप्लेन्ड इन डिटेल in whatever notes you study or in explanations also, so read from there. ये दोनों भी जो है रेवेन्यू सिस्टम्स ही हैं, बट इनमें 10 साल का एवरेज नहीं काउंट होता, तो इसलिए ये ठीक नहीं है. मनसादारी सिस्टम का रेवेन्यू सिस्टम से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, ये भी गलत है. ये ठीक है, 10 साल का एवरेज निकाल के आप स्टेट का शेयर डिसाइड करते हो अकबर के टाइम में. इससे किस डिफिकल्टी से बच गए कि हर साल आपको कैलकुलेट नहीं करना है कि कितना स्टेट का शेयर होगा. वो टाइम टेकिंग भी होता है और उसके बाद कॉम्प्लेक्स भी होता है, प्लस इट might also be not very cost effective, ठीक है. अब लास्ट क्वेश्चन, नाइनटीथ क्वेश्चन. विद रेफरेंस टू द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया, द टर्म कुरुख धर्म, धर्म मतलब रिलीजियस मूवमेंट, अब आपको ये आइडेंटिफाई करना है, इसी से पता लग जाना चाहिए आंसर. was initially used for which of the following tribal movements? मतलब initially that movement was religious, later it connected with the national movement also, or it has gone against the British also. So Rampa Rebellion 1921-22, Sitaram Raju, first non-tribal leader of a tribal movement, Andhra Pradesh and coastal regions. So this is not having any religious angle. Khoya uprising, again a tribal movement but no religious angle. Khond uprising, it is against the British tendency to stop human sacrifice, which was part of the Khond tribe in Odisha region. But it is not basically religious movement. It is just against one aspect of religion. ठीक है ना? Tana Bhagat movement is a purely religious movement that turns towards, that adopts nationalist symbols also. Tana Bhagat is related to Oraon tribe. These people were purely, they use the term Kuruk Dharam, ठीक है ना? That they should purify their religion. For that it was started. They started adopting the path of Sanskritization, that is sattvic pravrittis, like not eating meat, not eating tamasic food, sattvic food, like Brahmins, that kind of thing. And then they started adopting the national symbols like tricolor, Gandhian cap and all those things. They started supporting the national movement and participating even in Congress sessions. So this was initially a religious movement which used this term Kuruk Dharam. So this is the right answer. Okay? So with this, we wind up today's session. Thank you so much. Any queries? Discussion has gone well? Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, fine. Good night.